Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of €295 buy-in. It's a small event live from the King's Resort in Roswitha. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear after a fantastic night of action-packed poker. This one still has 28 players remaining, with the winner tonight going to take home €160,550. The average stack is 5.6 million. Small blind is 100k. Big blind is 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Cards are in the air. Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go, girls. Orange chips are no longer in play. 25k are the green chips. White are the 100. Maybe the orange ones are still in play. I think they're taken out. No need for them now. We're at 100, 200, 200. And yes, indeed, the pink chips you see in front of the players are 500,000 a pop. We really got to know some characters last night. If you have any information about any of the remaining players, always feel free to put it in the chat. Greetings wherever you're tuning in from, YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. What a day we have in store. It is myself, your broadcaster, Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit for this one. Jose Sorribes, 36 bigs, is your cable captain, Daniel 35. Joe, who we've seen rise from the ashes a couple of times yesterday, seen him make a couple of min raises off sub 10 bigs to start the hand, getting paid in a couple of spots. We have Alan in the middle of the pack with 33, Thorsten Weiss, 15, Peter Cernasek with 8 big blinds, and Alice Zeleny with 8 big blinds. I will refresh the page. Sorry if there's something wrong with the quality. How are we sounding now? That should be a bit better, guys. I did refresh the page, but I've refreshed it again. Always let me know. I did return after about a month away, and I have a faster computer now. New computer, faster internet, fantastic headset. So we shouldn't have any complications. I've got a tech guy who can help me out anytime there is an issue. Just remember, there's 7 servers minimum between Ireland and Kings. I do my best to make sure the sound is up to scratch every time, and it shouldn't be failing after all these upgrades I have made on my hiatus. But the World Series of Poker Europe is over. Jay Wasello says, I thought you had a potato stuck in your throat. I do have a bad dose at the moment as well. That is something we could take into consideration. I'm on these tablets, and they have me drowsy, and perhaps I picked up a dose. I don't really know. Show must go on. We'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm actually just going to move to a new link, and that should make the quality even better again. One moment, please. Alrighty, folks. Greetings. Should be Tip Top Magoo now as Boston raises the point. Eight king. We're going to see action. We'll have a first all in of the day. 10. There's no way around this one. Tens just have to go in the middle, especially off the back end. Open. Enter 36. He's going to put the last of his readies in the middle. We are looking at a jump between 28th and 27th place. Difference being from €2,200 to €2,900. We will be going over the line to see our first coin flip of the day. It is a pretty funny comment you made there, Jay Wastello. I thought you had the potato stuck in your throat. I don't know what size of potato it would have to be to fit someone's throat. It wouldn't be one of those large ones. We do see the flip take place. Ace 3 deuce on the board. Not a good start for two tens, but the turn is the 10 of hearts. The river is the deuce of hearts. We're whacking that turn card cyberspace. He's one of the two remaining tens in the deck. And it arrived just in the nick of time. Argonaut says, it's unfortunate it came late on the board, but honestly, can't be too mad losing tens versus ace king. The way you just want to look at that situation is it was a point flip going in. Yes, you've hit your ace on the flop. Doesn't mean running straight cards don't arrive, running flush cards don't arrive, or a 10 arrives from time to time. It's the game we love and hate. You think you're going to win it and take it down after the flop fourth. Yes. You're still going to be aggravated when you're getting close to the last three tables of such a prestigious event. This is a €295 buy-in with €160,550 up top. Emotions are going to be running high. A lot of players remaining in this field won't have played for this kind of money before. The average stack is 28 big blinds at the moment. There are a lot of playability. We do have some interesting players still remaining in this field. I don't have the full list of the players, but I know how much fun and entertainment they provided late last night if you were tuning in. Alan raising to 450. One thing that kept happening for the first few hours last night was non-stop pair against bigger pair action. A lot of coin flips, a lot of pocket queens. There is no redraw of 24 today because we started back with 29. Makes sense. It's just verifying with the team. Alan's going to bet 350 on the ace, queen, jack, top pair. No hanging around for this sizing. I don't like calling here. Free flop with the jack eight. Jack eight against the cutoff, not too bad. We prefer to be suited, but I wouldn't be calling on this flop. There's just too many bad runouts. We are playing 1 hour blinds today. Speaking of bad runouts, river has come a club, but it is a jack. Not a good run out for the ace king. Joe wants to size up here. Maybe he doesn't have to size up, but he definitely wants to get paid. So nothing less than like 800K. It's not a hand he can go too much bigger than a million with. So I'd like to see something around 800K to a million. Goes for 1.1. Good man, Joe. And you can't blame Alan calling here. He beats some straight draws. There's not a lot he can beat really with the ace king. He does just have a bluff catcher. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Maybe we're just too high up in our range. And our opponent can't really have, or isn't supposed to have much ace jack or ace queen from the big blind. A lot of those hands would three bet. And you wouldn't think ace 10 or ace 9 is betting for value. Therefore, ace king really shrivels up on that river for that sizing. And perhaps that's the time we want to find a fold against that particular opponent. Having said that, it is tough to fold top pair, top kicker on that board. Just a nasty river. If you really put your head to it, how much bluffs does he have in that exact situation, betting 1.1 million on the river into your opponent out of position? If he had bet 60% pot on the turn, now he checks. Yeah. So the way we want to construct our range there, very good question, James. But you're not really asking a question, more of an observation. We can bet flop and bet turn. We bet in the turn to check the river. We only have a 2-street hand. And I think the best 2 streets to get is flop and turn. We've all the pushes in our range. We've all the straights in our range. We've all the top 2 pairs in our range. I still think the Jack 8 should be going into the muck on the flop and maybe not even calling free against the cutoff. Those Jack 8 offsuits, Jack 7 offsuits, Jack 6 offsuits just play very bad. Jack 9, Jack 10 offsuit going to be far better. I can't blame the guy. For that price, when we already have our big blind invested and our big blind ante, I see Lemonade here on YouTube. Yes, we got that fixed. And the site seems to be down on Kings after the World Series of Poker Europe. They're going to be updating everything. I assure you, we have a merchandise store. If you want the full schedule, I'll be going through it again later. The winter schedule at Kings. We have some amazing events coming up. Johan once discussed a hand with a strong player, and he gave me the tip: if you check the turn and are prepared to call a bet on the river, bet the turn yourself. Yes, yes, yes. That's kind of what I'm saying. Well said, Johan, the main man. And raising from the hijack, ace queen off suit, Joe, 3 betting to 900k with ace king to the button. The hijack against the button action here. That's a very big fold from Peter with the ace queen. Giving a lot of respect. Giving a lot of respect to Joe. Uh-oh, watch out. Bird is flying by to say hi, and he says he's back with full power. Damn, that sounds dangerous. Just switching the chat settings so easy. Glad full power has been restored. You OGs out there. Oh, gee! We're going to see action here. Thorsten all in for 1 million. So 5.3 bigs total, and Jose with ace king. Jose going to 3-bet to clicking it essentially to 2.2 million. Still 28 players remaining. So the pay jump hasn't been reached. The €2,900. 885 is the flop. Three on the turn gives Thorsten the lead. Things are looking bleak after that flop. It's 15% for the ace king and gets there on the river. Thorsten loses with his ace king against the pocket tens after flopping top pair, and now see himself being eliminated after earning the best hand. Never safe until it's all said and done. And the fifth card has arrived. And the fifth card giving newfound gold to that man right there as he stacks his newfound riches. Nathaniel from the button staying active. 25 players remaining now. So we lost 3 players in that hand. Pay jump has well and truly been reached to €2,900 total. And Nathaniel is really opening things up. That's a nice pickup. It's a very wide open from the button, but if you know your opposition, you can get away with opening a very wide range from the button with 25 players remaining now. We see a 3-bet coming in hot from Allen from the button with ace-4 of clubs. Jerry Fall says, what do I think of ace-3 off in the small blind? I don't think much of it. So Nathaniel, the original opener with the ace-jack, getting 3-bet from Allen, getting cold 4 from Joe. Now, Joe's image yesterday was on the tighter side, but with Joe having this amount of chips, he's over 50 bigs now. Expect to see him make some moves. Don't know enough about his game. Obviously, he had a monster on that occasion, and that launches him to the top of the leaderboard with 25 players remaining in the Balkan Poker Circuit. 1 million guaranteed final day. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, if you're just tuning in on this glorious Monday afternoon. Magical, magnificent. Jose in second place with 48 bigs. Nathaniel with 32. And then quite the drop off. Alan with 18. Peter with 11. And our shortest stack, Alice Zeleny with 8 big blinds. That's how they're looking. Blinds are still 100, 200, 200. Average stack is now over 30 bigs once more. And yes, you can find out all the additional information on the King's Resort website, but I believe it is still down at this trying time. We're going to see less flips, though. There's a lot of deep stacks at this feature. Well, a few anyway, as I just aforementioned. Are we still on a 60-minute delay? No, we're going back to 30-minute delay after the WSOP. Jose's going to 3-bet to 1.5 million on the larger side of things from both players, not really from Jose in the big blind. He is forced to 3-bet to 1.5 million because Joe has made it quite a large sizing in the small. But it's understandable because they're two of the bigger stacks at this table. And that is far too much respect with the ace queen. If you're going to play your hand like that, why not just limp and call and see a flop? Our hand is just far too strong. We dominate too much ace X. We flip against all the pairs. Obviously not looking to try get our stacks in the middle. My point is, a lot of good things can happen with our hand with ace queen, even if we are out of position when we are 50 big blinds deep. Bird says good fold. Lots of smaller stacks in the game. I just don't know. We don't want to bloat the pot there out of position. Just limp and call 700k instead of making it 7 or 800k and getting 3-bet to 1.5 million and leveling yourself into not even seeing a flop. Now, I'm off the back of watching loads and loads of online poker. I'm going to spend a lot of time this week recuperating and watching the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Commentary team of Bobby James was talking to him yesterday, and APK done a fantastic job. Fantastic job. Just folded around to the button. 51 bigs for Jose. And King 9's going to get out of dodge. Nathaniel in the big with Jack Deuce off suit. Should just be putting this into the muck. That's a nice pickup. Anytime we can add 500k to our stack right about now, with just 3 tables remaining, it'll be very advantageous going forward as we get closer and closer to a final table. Five bigs for Alice. Alice shoving for 5.1 bigs. Alan calling. Standard shove, standard call by the King 10. Big moment for both players involved. King on the desk. King 4-3. Alice needing help now to remain in this tournament. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. The 10 will do it. But it's a deuce of clubs. And we say goodbye to Alice Zeleny in 25th place. And that means 24 players remaining now. 3 tables of 8. How are you keeping, Jerry Fall? Nice to have you with us in the chat. Haven't seen your name in quite some time. Hope all is goody gumdrops. Joe with the ace deuce. Adam with ace 5 of hearts. King 7-7. Check from Alan. Joe just reps this all day with a bet of around 250, 300, somewhere around 1/5 to 1/4 pot. Goes for 250. I couldn't find anything about this guy on Hendon. I'm going to give it another go. Perhaps I didn't spell it correctly, even though I copied and pasted. This guy, his sizings are impressing me. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to work himself around a feature table, it seems. You know, I'm not seeing much here about this guy. And now it says Germany's all-time money list 140th, so he's definitely a somebody. Jerry says, all good action, Dan. Thank you. Good to hear it. $275 is the bet from Nathaniel with 5-4 spades. Cut off against the big blind. Joe not going to be going anywhere for this sizing, even though there is a lot of bad turn cards. And because there is so many bad turn cards, he is just going to check raise on the flop. I really like this from Joe. He knows there's so many barreling opportunities for Nathaniel, so he's taking that away from him. Strong stuff there from Georg Schningas. Sabri is in the house, says, where is Hot Sauce? Hot Sauce is probably sleeping it off somewhere. I destroyed the microwave, by the way, Sabri. There was hot sauce soup everywhere this morning. All for trying to make a cup of hot sauce soup at midnight last night. It's the wrong time, especially when you're running back upstairs to commentate. Nice to have you with us, Sabri. Is Mano out? Mano was moved to an outer table. That's all the information I would have. Jerry says looking to go to Kings. Any tips? I've been looking to go to Kings for about 18 months now. Just start commentating and you'll get there eventually. New player at the table. Surtak Ozkan. Three-way action. Hijack against small, against big. Surtak coming in for the raise. Jose coming along for the ride here in the big with the 9 deuce offsuit. I'm not a fan of. These combos just play shit in these multi-way situations. You've got Joe to worry about in the small blind. If anything, these kind of hands are just going to get you into trouble. It is Queen 5, 10 deuce. And Joe's going to try win this one as well. This guy is starting to really impress me, the way he's been playing. Very calm, collected, focused. All winning attributes that I see from this individual so far. But Surtak is a non-believer. and is finding a way to raise here with just a straight draw. That was a bit of a topsy-turvy hand. Surtak just not believing Joe's lead on the turn into 2 players, which is understandable. Corrado Martinelli is back in the mix. A fun geezer to commentate on from Italy. And if he gets a stack going, one to watch out for in this event. Are there any Dutch players left? I actually don't know. I don't have any information about the outer tables, just the feature table itself. 22 players remaining now. There'll be a hell of a lot of Dutch players in the mix next weekend, that's for sure. Sabri wants hot sauce back. Hot sauce! Hot dogs! Luli, who, another player that needs no introduction. The man's a beast. King's Resort Reg. Great to see him in the mix with 22 remaining now. So we have Corrado Martinelli, Surtak Özkan, who's a well-known player, and now Luli, who let the dogs out? Hot sauce let the dogs out, Sabri. What do you reckon? Average stack now over 7 million. We've got a game on, ladies and gentlemen. This feature table just becoming more and more amplified and interesting as we get closer and closer to a final table. Lots and lots of action to come today. We're just getting started. Who bets 550? Straight draw. Well, he now has a pair as well. Pair of tens. Surtak Özkan going nowhere with top pair. Very wide open from Surtak Uzcan pre-flop, by the way, with the ace-6 offsuit. These combinations, those ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuits, just don't play too well off this stack depth into a full table. Or full-ish. We're not playing nine-handed, of course. Surtak taking down that one, and now playing 29 big blinds. I'll be back in just a moment, folks. No caps indeed, Sabri. It's okay though. We can tag this guy. What was his name? Hot Sauce 74. We can't seem to find him. It's early in the day for Hot Sauce. The legend himself. He's not lost if we know where he is. Peter raises, essentially putting himself all in, leaving one big blind behind. With the kings of kings, the Cowboys. Before this day is over, Sabri, we will have heard of hot sauce. I don't have his direct contact details. And the Kings will take that one down. No nibblers on this occasion. D. Sklansky says hi. So, Mr. Sklansky, one of the first poker books I ever read, actually. I think it was The Mathematics of Poker, something like that. I can't remember the exact title. It was many, many moons ago. So 50 for Joe. Luli Who with 45. Jose with 41. Nathaniel with 20. And then the rest of the players at this feature table find themselves below 20 big blind. No panic. Blinds have gone up. 125 is now the small blind. 250 is now the big blind with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Luli, who did go deep in the World Series of Poker Europe. Can we get some recent stats about Luli Who in the chat? Or maybe I can see if I can find them myself. He was the Euro Poker Millions main event champion just a couple of months ago, 23rd of July, for €435,622. Now, there was a deal done, but he still got the lion's share of that prize pool. Corrado all in from the button. Blinds have gone up, so it's 11 big blinds total with the deuces. The little duckies. Martinelli taking that one down. That's a big pickup. He's adding close to 25% to his stack by successfully taking down the blinds and antes. Do that a couple of times and you've essentially doubled up. Joe raises to 500k with kings, another big pair. Joe, Sabri says Joe is a very good player. Yes, I can't find much information about him. However, it says he's 140th on the all-time money list. We've got action. Jose calls with the ace-queen in the cutoff. And Luli Who, having an unbelievable year at Kings, is going to find himself in a cooler alert. 3-betting to 1.85 million total, 7.4 bigs. I like this sizing. Little does he know, Joe's sitting there with the Cowboys from hell. 2 red kings. So he wants to click it back, make it somewhere around 3.5 million. Goes for that exact sizing. I'm not sure. So the guys will tell me in the chat here, the exact smallest amount that Joe can click it back to, but it's somewhere in the region of 7 more big blinds. What was the golden rule you told me before? It needs to be the same amount as the last raise. Action back on Luli Who. So it's 6.6 big blinds more. I don't know what Who can do here other than 5-bet rip. I don't know the dynamic between these two players. Do they know each other from before? Two very competent players at Kings usually know each other's game. And it's not their first time playing against each other. I really like Luli Who's wild, aggressive style from previous events. I don't know if he can get away from queens here. What are we supposed to do here, class? All vote now. Are we ever flatting? Or do we just have to get the money in? Surely folding is not an option unless you've got some sick, sick live read. Sabri wants to see a flat. So it's 1.6 million more. There's already 6.5 million almost in the pot. So Who is getting incredible odds to call in position. Maybe Joe is the kind of player who doesn't have many 4-bet bluffs in his range, and therefore he's going to be quite capped at ace-king, aces, kings. And queens aren't that great when we unblock all those combos, but he could be spinning the wheels in his head here, thinking that when we unblock all the ace-x combos, some of those ace-x combos contain bluffs in the form of ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, suited and unsuited. And he might have a hand like ace-10 or ace-jack as a 4-bet bluff. He's supposed to at least some of the time. A lot of players would have gone broke here already with the queens. Does Joe have a hand like pocket jacks? Would he just flat off this stack size out of position with pocket jacks? A lot of questions that need to be answered for Luli Who. When there's a 4-bet to this size and it's only 6.6 bigs more to call, the superior play, if we don't want to stack off pre, is just to call. I say superior play. He doesn't have much other options. It's call, fold, or jam. Wow, he lets it go. Luli Who on point with his read. Finds a way to muck the ladies pre-flop and get out of dodge and potentially save his tournament. Expect the unexpected at Kings, always a surprise around the corner. Boroncia says the Chinese is a wise man. He doesn't trust the ladies. I love it. Very clever. He is going to be flipping or crushed, but he also could be up against an opponent who is just 4-bet folding. I see it time and time again. I've just spent the last month playing online. The W Coops, the GG series. And you see a lot of these top tier players 4-bet bluffing on repeat. 4-bet folding, sometimes 5-bet folding. But this is Kings. It is a €295 buy-in. And if you're ever going to give your opponent credit, I think that was the time to do it. It's still an exceptional laydown. If there's somebody wondering on YouTube, I just don't have time for both chat boxes. We've no way of monitoring stuff on YouTube, so we're over talking in the chat on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. So if you hear me talking to a guy called Hot Sauce, that's what's happening. I will not be ignoring you entirely. It's just the quality is better when I don't have two chat boxes open, as well as all my other bits and bobs. Ladies are expensive, yes. Argonaut says, I agree. Ace-3 suited, Ace-4 suited, Ace-5 suited in there as low-frequency bluffs. Ludi Who. Back to business. He can fold there and still have the guts of 40 bigs. That's the difference. If we make a mistake with our shove or call off or whatever, we're out. If we fold and we've made a mistake, guess what? We still have the guts of 40 big blinds, which is above average stack in an event like this where We are one of the strongest competitors remaining in the field by a landslide. So that edge pass might pay dividends down the line. As Sabri says, in hot sauce, we trust. This guy has become an overnight sensation. He's got close to 40 bigs. Average stack just dipped below 30. So that 10 million in chips for Luli Hu is worth so much in real money equity. A lot of ICM pressure on the remaining players. Lights, camera, action. They've been playing for many days on end. Decision fatigue sets in. They can only make so many good decisions in a day. Hopefully they've slept correctly, got a good breakfast, said their prayers, done some breathing, and are ready for what this day is going to throw at them. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And we see a very good pass there from the ace-9. Martinelli not messing around with cards. Gets that one over the line, Uncontested with the ace 10 of diamonds. Aces taking that one down. As Scott says, ace, defo pass. Oh, yeah. Got to pass those aces up. 2 black aces. Why not? Nathaniel min raising under the gun. King Jack off suit. Round 2, Luli, who in the big blind should not be defending with the 7-4 off suit. But a man of Luli Lou's caliber, when he dominates Nathaniel stack-wise here, is going to complete anyway. And complete he did, and flop an open-ender on the 5-6-6. And that's going to go check, check, and the turn is a 7. This is just not a board that Nathaniel wants to be continuing on with King High. It smacks Luli Who's perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from under the gun. Scott wants to know, is the big blind ever warranted to lead on that flop texture given they have equity? Yes. I think an easier way of playing it is to check raise, check call, or if the flop goes check, check, we are just bombing the turn or betting. A large is sizing anyway because we have range advantage once the flop goes check, check. Yes, our opponent will have some overpairs, but he is more likely to be capped with an ace high type holding once the flop goes check, check. Sabri asks, who won the World Series of Poker Europe main? Someone that I had never heard of. I have to catch up with all that footage this week. Do my homework. Daniel Pidun is your main event champion this year. Wins his first gold bracelet and 1.14 million. The highlight for me, although I haven't seen the footage yet, is Claudio Di Giacomo making the final table, who I always like commentating on, and Max Neugebauer winning it the year before, final tabling this year for another €200,000. Why not? What a beast. And Scott says, thank you for answering. I don't know about the mini-main. If you want to know any more info now, you're going to have to Google it. The game here, Martin, is the final day. The €295 Balkan Poker Circuit main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, as Joe bets 700k with his top pair. Decent kicker. Jose coming up short on the 10-5-4 with his ace-jack off suit. And he's just going to get out of dodge. Winner of this one, Martin, is going to take home €160,550. By the way, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Ben CB, German guy living in Austria. Well, he went and won 3.9 million on GG in a 5k buy-in. And a big shout out to him. Fantastic display of skills. It is Raise Your Edge. You guys that ask a lot of questions about strategy, well, they can all be answered on Ben CB's website, Paired. You can get the full Champions tier for under $160, under $160, $170. And there is the lower tier, the beginners, for less than $70. $325 is the bet from Jose. Nathaniel calling with the Queen Deuce, top pair. Kickerproblems.com. Isn't going to go anywhere just yet. Just so many bad turn cards for a Queen Deuce here on the Queen 9-6. Any heart, any card that completes a two pair or a straight. But that gives Nathaniel trips. Really nice turn card to see. Turn's going to go check, check. Double paired board now with the six of spades rolling off. Jose might call a small bet here. If Nathaniel bets something like 425, 600 maybe, he can beat flush draws, he can beat straight draws. I could see him getting paid here. That looks like it's exactly what I said, in between 420 and 650. No, actually, there was an extra pink chip there. Goes on the larger side instead. Scott says BBZ is home. right now for me feels good, man. I think BBZ is great, but when you're starting off, I think it just makes it a little bit easier on the paired website, the Ben CB route. It's a great fundamental understanding of stack sizes, what way to play, and what stage of the tournament, ICM, the ranges. I don't think Scott's messages should have been deleted by a moderator there. Not sure what that's about. Oh, there's no caps. Yeah, okay. Nathaniel min raising from the button. Queen Jack off suit. Standard open. Surtak is calling from the small blind. No, that's a graphical error. He's not involved in the hand. Hello, Janeth. Welcome. Okay, so we're having a graphical error here, folks. C2 is betting 375. C4 deliberating. Looks like he's got some sort of the board. He is going to call. Graphics will be fixed momentarily. There you go. Right on time. Nathaniel betting 1.15 million. Hard for Allen to continue here. Not much good rivers for him with two spades on board. Although it sucks, I think we just have to succumb to the pressure and fold our hand. Queen Jack takes in that pot. Quite a large raise size from the buttons, committing himself to the big blind. Ace, Queen, 5 is the flop. Peter needing help, or this will be his last hand. And we will be down to 3 tables of 7. Turn is a deuce. Peter needing a lot of help here as we hit the river. Queen or an 8, but it's a 10 of diamonds. Another one bites the dust. Surtac now over 20 bigs. Peter has been eliminated and 21 players remaining now. That means another pay jump is on the horizon from €2,900 to €3,800 on the next elimination. Corrado with the ace king. Joe with a massive stack, by the way, over 16 million now. Surtac raises to 675 from the hijack. We've got action. Alan shoves with pocket nines for 15 bigs total. Corrado. In the small blind. Jack's just going to be too much hand. It's a golden opportunity with all that dead money in the pot because Surtak is only going to be able to call top tier hands if there's two all-ins behind his initial open to 675. I wouldn't like to see Corrado Martinelli fold jacks here. We could fold eights, nines, maybe even tens. Jacks plus just going to be too strong with 21 remaining. Oh, Corrado! Lets the jacks go. Alan getting away with murder now because Surtak can't call for 15. Maybe Alan shows the nines. No, he doesn't. And Corrado Martinelli is not going to like seeing that one on the replayer. He won't like those apples. See, we make an edge pass with a hand as strong as Jack's in that spot. Blinds go up, we lose a pot. Suddenly we're around that 10 big blind zone and we think what might have been. Alan staying active with the ace-3 of diamonds. Matt Nass says he folds jacks and nines. What will he play? Only aces. Ooh. Sticking the thorn in his side there, Matt. Maybe tens in between jacks and nines. These players from the older contingent, they're just a lot tighter with their calling off ranges for the most part. However, they accumulate chips in other ways that other players just don't see or don't do, or it was before their time. That's what makes it interesting. If everyone played this game the same way, it would be a very boring game. There'll be a hell of a fight for the last piece of pudding.
Next time I shove, I don't care what I do. Okay? Yep. Remember. Next time I shove. We got to my limits. For today. The frustration level is reached now? Sorry? The frustration level is now reached? No, not frustration. Sure not. Why should I be frustrated? I'm like having fun, not in my country, playing poker. Life is good. I just know I have it next time and I want you to call it so I tell you if I shove next time. And I also have it. Ah, if you have it, you have it. Nice hand. That's what you call a kuda. Why can't we do this? This is poker, someone who's on.
$4.75 is the bet, and that's a really, really nice pickup for Alan. Uncontested there on the 10-9-4. Just not the right kind of board for Surtak Uzcan. One could argue it's not the greatest of defends pre. These combos, these ace-6 offsuits, ace-7 offsuits, ace-8 offsuits just don't play that well against an under the gun open, even if we are short-handed here. 3 hands remaining before our first break of the day. And it's just in the nick of time because I have some venison I need to attend to. Venison is dear. 2 hands remaining before the break. Who crosses the 10 million mark once more?
Piace molto il cinema a te, no? Ah, yeah. I like too much of the cinema.
Who raises to 525?
Si work a Hollywood.
Queen 9 offsuit. Corrado could defend here with Queen 7 of diamonds. Decides against it. Could get behind. Calling there with the suited variety. But against the likes of who, he's going to put you in a bind on flops, turns, and rivers. So you best be prepared to put on your cape against a man of Luli Who's caliber. $20 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached to €3,800. And we're going on a break after this hand. I'm going on a bear hunt for a pot of honey and some venison and fried eggs. $5.25 from the pocket fives, round to Corrado. Corrado might get impatient at some point, but he's not going to take a stand with just King 10 offsuit. Joe with King 10 of hearts, different story. We'll commit to 275 and let's see the first three. Queen, Queen 9. Usually we'll see a stab here with the pocket fives. Somewhere around 500k or 400k. 375. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. 500k, a little bit too big. The more I think about it. Just when it's a paired board and there's a flush draw out there, you've got flush draws, straight draws. Could size up slightly with the fives. But this guy, Luli Who, knows exactly what he's doing. I ain't going to question too much from that man right there. Every day is a learning day and class is in session, and there is a lot to be extracted and learned from Luli Who. Jack of Hearts rolling off on the river. Straight now for Joe. It's a really nice card. Not only does it give him the straight, he unblocks some combinations with the Jack. Well, he doesn't unblock Jack 10 or King Jack. It's hard for him to get called here, so I wouldn't go huge. That's not huge, but it's certainly not small. It is huge because it's close to pot. Too big. Not the fives could call anyway. But you want to target a 9 there, maybe. A hand like Ace Jack would have to pay off. Like I said, it's hard to get called. And who will muck the fives? And we are going on a break. What an action-packed couple of levels that was. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has 1 pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace-king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Hisu's got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king 3 suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to 1 raise. The 10s get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going, ah.
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees the turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. Yeah. You go separate, I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call, so a bet and a call. It's just
just
so intriguing to me when you watch poker, because it's like, you know, the difference between Hisu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for 1 card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket 10s.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow.
Really?
Hisu checked it back.
No.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river? want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8, and this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah,
in stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck this one.
That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off, but hits the spade, and now Blom bets, and
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke
This feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace-10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
Anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be
Can't beat them, join them.
running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering it the 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
You find yourself with Queen Jack suited in small blind playing 5-10 cash game. Try to figure out what card is your opponent holding. Pocket 8s or 10-7 of diamonds. You decide to open for 35. Opponent decides to defend his big blind. Flop comes 3 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, and jack of spades. Opponent checks, and we try to hide our top pair with a check back. Turn is queen of diamonds, and we improve to top 2. Check back induced a bet from our opponent. He bets 55. We want to protect our 2 pair from draws and charge money now. We raise it to 175. He calls. River card is a 6 of diamonds, completing backdoor flushes. Our opponent clicks all in for 625 into a pot of 420. Does he have set of 8s, or did he hit a flush with 10-7? Vote now in the comments. Pocket 8s. Congratulations to everyone with the right answer. Follow for more videos and come and try your luck at Kings.
Alrighty, gang. At the risk of burning my tongue and throat permanently at a nice bowl of soup there. Luli Who opens with the 4 deuce of clubs and gets shoved on. And a very nice shove by the Jack 10 suited. Good times is having pizza for breakfast, so I'm a bit under the weather, in case you didn't notice. So, no pizza for me. Venison, berries, and a lovely tomato, red pepper, and chickpea soup. I'm not going to lie, it was hard to get that thing finished, reheated, and eaten all inside of 13 to 18 minutes. Well, we've done our best. 19 players remaining now. All guaranteed €3,800. We are 3 eliminations away from a redraw. Good time says, get well, bud. Yeah, look, I'm not too bad. It's just I'm on these heavy Express Maximum Strength tablets. I'd be lying if I said they weren't making me a bit drowsy and a bit congested. Some people have real problems. Nathaniel, min raising. 10-9 offsuit. Alan not going to be defending the 7-6 offsuit. If Alan had more chips and we were at a different stage of the tourney, we very well might see a complete there in the big blind, considering we have our big blind invested already and our big blind ante. Turbo Ruckus says, who's the caster? I love his Irish accent. Thank you very much. It is myself, Action Man Dan, your host, broadcaster, analyst, Irish pundit, and commentator, all rolled into one. Good time says, I'm not going to lie. Pizza reheated in an air fryer is almost better than when it comes out of the oven. Yeah, actually. Is it from a restaurant? Like, as in a delivery pizza? I find when a pizza delivers, it just doesn't travel well, and it actually is way better the following day. Alternatively, you could put it on a pan with a small, tiny bit of butter and a small dash of water, and it kind of steams the slice so the cheese comes back to life. And mamma mia! Although I would say most Italians would go crazy if you done that with their pizza the following day. And Surtak taking that one down with the top pair from the high jack on the ace jack 7. Jose defending with 7-6, not able to continue, facing the pressure. Good fold. Sabri says, Dan, where are you, hot sauce? I made my soup nice and spicy. No hot sauce included. I presume hot sauce is from America, and if he is from America, no, I'm just assuming. But then we won't have him on until later on tonight. $18 players remaining now. 3,800 is the current payout. Oh! Oh my God! Speak of the man, and the man will appear. Hot Sauce 74, Sweden in the house, dog. This guy is an absolute character. Mano is out. He's on a flight back. Ace King suited pre versus 8s and 10s. Thank you so much. We've been talking about you very fondly in the chat for the last few hours, Hot Sauce. I just had some soup at the last break and I made it extra hot and spicy. Do this in memory of Hot Sauce. Oh. Surtak bets 325 from the small blind. Hot Sauce says, appreciate top dog. Soon I gotta charge you by the hour. You cheeky Hot Sauce wannabe. Hot Sauce! Stick some hot sauce on that, says Alan. Raises to 825. It's like you knew we were talking about your Hot Sauce. You did get tagged in the chat, I suppose. Surtak's going to continue with a flush draw. Alan with 2 pair. I'm not sure if Surtak should just be done with his hand with just a 7 high flush draw on that board once he's been raised. Joke's on you, Hot Sauce. I don't get paid by the hour. Do it for the love of the game. Hot Sauce, let's enjoy some good poker now, hopefully. Still a lot of fish left. There's always plenty more fish in the sea. Whales, walruses, orcas, dolphins. Sharks in the water, mate. Sharks in the water. Surtak's hanging around for that small sizing on the turn as well is a bit alarming to me. And now he's going to try buy the pot by donking for nearly half of his stack. Do not try this at home. Surtak has compound mistaked himself into losing way too many chips. He's called a raise on the flop. He's called a bet on the turn. And he's donked half his stack all in on the river, or half of his stack that's remaining. And he's been put all in on the river. I miss you, baby, is the song that he can sing to his chips as he says goodbye. Johnny Barnett says, is this streamed on Twitch as well? It is streamed on Twitch as well. We have moderators and a chat and an action army. Alex is back, who was with us from the start, from the get-go yesterday, all the way to the finish line. Lovely to have you back with us, Alex. Let's hope for some interesting hands and a whole lot of action. Well said, Alex. Well said. Joe Min raising. Corrado calling. 17 remaining now. 1 elimination away from a redraw. Joe bets 400 with his just facing 1 overcard to his pocket 8s, and it matters not. Corrado missing a lot of flops. You can see he's starting to get frustrated. I wouldn't get carried away there now, hot sauce. Only a fool works for free. But you can give it up for Dan the Man all you want. Round of applause. I just took over for my good friend Fintan Gavin one night, hot sauce, and just filled in. And then that was about 3.5 years ago, and the rest was history. There's the cliff notes of how I ended up being your main English-speaking commentator for the largest poker room in Europe. Surtak has had enough and is making standard play here off this stack depth with King 6 suited. Allen calls, and this could be a calamity of a casualty. Joe's had kings a few times already today. Has them again. Allen with the ace king. Just calling. Setting the trap almost. Joe, for 25 bigs behind, wants to make it somewhere around 3x. So make it like 3 million maybe. Makes it 2.5, and Allen thinks he's sprung a trap. Little does he know, Joe's sitting there with the King Kongs. And Surtak is in a world of hurt. At least his clubs are alive. That's about all we could say. Maybe if he makes friends with the devil quick enough, a few 6s will pop off. And this is, by a landslide, one of the biggest pots of the tournament so far. 18.8 million. There's 1-6 on the Queen 8-6 flop. Allen needing an ace. Surtak needing a 6. Kings needing a hold. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Big river for the boys. It's a 9. It is a 9 for Surtak and Allen. They have been eliminated. And as for Joe Schneegas, he is now playing a whopping 94 big blinds. Wow. What a few minutes of poker that was. I need to go compose myself, get ready for the next frame. Down to the last 2 tables. Things are really heating up, hot sauce. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Two-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. but it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have a another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, it's strange, a little unconventional, I should say. Ooh.
Oh.
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5-1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
Right? Oh, yeah? Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
You wanna see. Ace king. Ace king, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thank you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Chuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a
Surzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
5-10.
In my wow, yes.
5-10.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the King 4, King 5, King 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand,
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6.
disaster.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. does not get called, has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips.
You find yourself with Queen Jack suited and small blind playing 5-10 cash game. Try to figure out what card is your opponent holding. Pocket 8s or 10-7 of diamonds. You decide to open for 35. Opponent decides to defend his big blind. Flop comes 3 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, and jack of spades. Opponent checks and we try to hide our top pair with a check back. Turn is queen of diamonds and we improve to top 2. Check back induced a bet from our opponent. He bets 55. We want to protect our 2 pair from draws and charge money now. We raise it to 175. He calls. River card is a 6 of diamonds, completing backdoor flushes. Our opponent clicks all in for 625 into a pot of 420. Does he have a set of 8s? Or did he hit a flush with 10-7? Vote now in the comments. Pocket 8s. Congratulations to everyone with the right answer. Follow for more videos and come and try your luck at Kings.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We see Lucky moving all in for 15 bigs with ace queen offsuit. I would prefer to raise call a hand as strong as ace queen. We didn't find any hot sauce at the break. We did, however, get some ginger shots and some honey and lemon tea. Jay Vasello says dinner break and bridge for me. Enjoy the stream. We'll enjoy the stream. If you're just tuning in, you're getting how to work or whatever is clever. It's the final day of the €295 buy-in. It's the Balkan Poker Circuit main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Blinds are still 150k small blind, 300k big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. Hot sauce. We have Joe, who is now our overwhelming chip leader at 94 bigs. Barney Gamble with 48. Hamza, who we've seen do a very creative bluff, getting kings to fold with pocket sevens on a ace, queen, queen board last night. Luli, who is at this table with 29 bigs. Nathaniel with 24. Jose Soribes, who has been playing fairly face up throughout the day. Not messing around with his cards. If he's got it, he's got it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Lucky, who reminds me of a name we've seen before. Perhaps we know this guy. And then rounding out the table as the shortest stack with 13 bigs is David Marchiordo. David Marchiordo from Italy. I put some hot sauce on that pronunciation, didn't I? He says, back on track, baby. Let's go. Woo! This guy. I love and admire this guy's enthusiasm. Comes a tree betting. Any others that want to join this channel and are like hot sauce, come on in. The water's lovely. The water has a nice temperature, but it's not as hot as the hot sauce. Hamza with the nines, tree betting, getting called. Nathaniel has range advantage because he's going to have a lot of hands that contain a king. They can both have a lot of hands that contain a king. It's not the worst flop in the world for Nathaniel. Would like to see him continue here for a bet of 850. We see a bet of 850 in a call. This pot getting very bloated on the turn now, over 5 million. Hamza has now turned his hand into a bluff. It's the wrong kind of pair to do this with. Will force hands out like ace 10, queen 10, jack 10, king 10 is obviously top two. The nines are not a great card, not a great pair to be bluffing there because we block some of the straight draws we would want our perceived range to have in our opponent's perceived range. Try that again. We got there in the end. 15 remaining. All guaranteed. 5 bags minimum. €5,100 is the current payout. Average stack over 10 million. It is all to play for here. The winner of this event going to take home €160,550. 3,136 entries total. Down to the last 2 tables. So Hamza, not afraid to go for some large bluffs in the opening frame here as he has joined the feature. $500K is the bet from David. Barney going to call. Now David has top 2. I would like to see David maybe check this turn and then jam the river, or bet really small and then jam the river. Just jamming the turn. Nothing to be afraid of here. We've got top 2. We've got the deck crushed. Barney just going to be folding now. David now playing 5.4 million, good for 18 big blinds. Joe running hotter than hot sauce. Will be forced to take down that small pot, just the blinds and antes. With the ass. Hamza, fast approaching 50 bigs. Expect to see him be quite aggro as we get closer and closer to the final table. He's shown a propensity to be one of the more aggressive players remaining in this tournament. He's certainly not shy about putting chips across that line. Nathaniel going to bet. Top pair, top kicker, bit disguised also. That's why David is going to raise to 850k total. These blind v blind battles. Nathaniel licking his chops. He's got a monster. And David seeing where he's at. His pair of sixes wants to deny equity on turns and rivers. Just take it down here. Right here, right now would be pretty sweet. Three of spades rolling off. This is a card where David might want to see a river. Nathaniel leading is quite interesting. I don't see any reason why he needs to lead here. Just wants to set up a river jam, I suppose. I might have just checked. Not much rivers to worry about. Wants to get paid an additional street and does do just that. Well played, Nathaniel. As we hit the river, 8 of diamonds. Great card. If you're ace king, Nathaniel does go for the shove on the river, and David gets out of the way. Jose decides to just rip 18 bigs with king queen off suit. Far too many big blinds for my liking. The reason being is if he gets called, he could be in a world of hurt before we even get to the flop. By ace queen, ace king. Yes, he will take down the blinds and antes the majority of the time, but risk reward ratio is not great on this occasion. Leader. Raising. And adds another 750k to his stack. But it's almost hitting 30 million. 30 million rupees.
Did you put my name already? I'll start with the grade. Then you made a mistake and it's not a mistake. Never celebrate.
And here we see 9.7 bigs being shoved from the hijack with the ladies. Hamza wants to gamble with pocket trees. This is a little bit too light to be calling with. Maybe this is more like 5s or 6s. Even if we are closing the action. Turn is the ace of spades. And the river is the king of hearts. David's going to get a full double up to 21 big blinds. Yes, we can afford it from the big blind against the hijack, but pocket deuces, threes, fours, definitely want to go in the muck. You start calling 5s plus, maybe even 6s. Bird says still there. Bird says he is back in the building. Tweet, tweet. Ring the alarm. Cooler alert. Action. Joe with the aces. Luli Who with the ladies. And this is a different sort of a setup. I don't see Who getting away from it this time. Can Who do it again? I just don't think so. We run out of patience after folding them earlier. It's a very different dynamic. We're closer to the final table. We're sub 30 bigs. Maybe I'll be wrong. If he can get away from this a second time against the same player, take a bow. He already done the unthinkable earlier. See, the difference is with aces, we can just call. Yeah. That's going to look strong enough to Who. Oh! Oh, wow! Hello, ladies. And now, what was going to be his last hand is now surely going to secure him with a full double up. $9.25 is the bet from Who. This is a case of Joe just calling Who down. Don't really see much reason to raise, but it looks like that's exactly what he's going for with two clubs on board. Raise to 1.9 million. And now Joe looks to stack hands like kings. Ace queen is very unlikely, more like king queen suited. Queens, of course. Although if your opponent has a set, then c'est la vie. Turn is the jack of clubs. Really, really bad card for aces. It completes the flush. It completes some straight draws. It completes some two pairs. Actually, if I had to pick a card in the deck, it's probably the nut worst turn card for Joe's aces. He's just going to be setting Who in at this point. There it goes. In she goes and up she flew. And who's not going to be folding? You would have thought that might have been an action killer, but not the way these guys play. Who got away from it earlier? He's in with it this time, in the mix. Joe bets 4.25 million. Just 6% for Joe. And who's one of our favorite players of the year at Kings, has now doubled up to 42 big blinds, plus what he had remaining, 56 big blinds. Blinds aren't 2 and 4 just yet. It's still 153. 150 small blind, 300k big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. David with Kings, we're getting spoiled for action today. Loads of big pairs popping off for Papa. Barney going to call from the small with the 8-7 of clubs, and Joe in for a penny, in for a pounding with the Jack 10 offsuit. Three-way action. Nine deuce deuce bet 850 from Marchiordo. Blinds are up. 200k is the small blind. 400k is the big blind. With a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Look, he's all in for 11 total. Seems totally the right thing to do off the stack depth. Touchdown, Lucky. MZFK. Like this guy's jumper. I might need one of these for the woolly winter that is fast approaching. Lucky is going for a limp off this stack size. Might prefer to just min raise. But of all the hands we could be limping off this stack depth, Queen Jack suited is a good one. And David, nice hand to check his option with the 10-7 of diamonds. Does not want to see diamonds. David flopping the joint here with his 10-7 on the 9-8-6. Daniel competing from the small blind. I think he should just let this one go. Even though it's only 200k more, it's 8-5 suited, sandwiched in between the big blind and the initial limper. I think there's better spots. We just let it go. Queen Jack of diamonds getting put into the muck, even though a 10 would make a straight. No hearts in hand. Daniel's going to call. Turn is a queen. I would go for around a half pot sizing here to set up a river jam with the straight. Somewhere around 1.4 million. 1.4 million will set up a river jam of 3.5 million. This seems pretty sexy. That's a bet of 2.5 million. was folding for 1.4, but the 2.5 well and truly steals the deal. Zuby Jew says Queen Jack suited, 14 big blinds, no jam under the gun. I would have preferred to see a min raise instead of a limp. ECW King is in the house. Says let's go in time for the FT. Let's rock. Let's rock it out with the hot sauce, guys. Hot sauce. Touchdown. Average stack just over 10 million. 15 players still remaining. Min raises with queens. CW King says lots of them from yesterday still in. Nice. And Bird is still there too. Barney taking that down with Queen Nine of Hearts. We've got action. Lowly who. But another monster, this time Ace King of Clubs against Lucky's Jam. Over the top of Joe's Open. Joe's Open with the 7, 6 of spades. Lucky Jams for 10. And who with 40, just deciding what way he wants to continue. So he makes it 7 million total. So it needed to be 3.2 million more than the 4 million as the initial open was to 800k. The jam was for 4. It is ace, queen, 10. Turn is an ace. The river is a 10. And that's such a sick run out. Lucky, getting very lucky on the flop. Flopping a set of ladies. But it was too many ladies for Luli Who. Luli Who had enough of all these ladies and decides to hit runner, runner. Well, it wasn't quite runner, runner. Had a good shot straight draw. ECW King wants to know, is it the year of the bird? Caw-caw! I actually don't know. Nathaniel with King's been raising off 12 bigs to start the hand. 14 players remaining now. It could be the year of the GOAT, ECW. Man. Plenty of GOATs out there this year winning multiple millions of dollars. Hamza going to get the bad news. The bad newsels. 3-bet to 4.95 million total. This feature table has been on fire today and last night in terms of action. 10-6-3 is the flop. Turn is an 8. And an ace needed on the river. It is the king of spades. Big double up there for Nathaniel. All the way up to 26 big blinds. Hamza down to 11, who had about 40. Remember, called a chunk with the pocket trees. 9.8 bigs total. Cut off against big blind. Maybe it was hijack against big blind. Then loses that one. And lost another flip not so long ago. You live by the sword, you die by it, my friend. I miss you, baby. That's what he can say to his chips. Having said that, that last hand was a complete and utter cooler. Let's get that clear. Hamza might get some of his chips back here. He's got ace king facing an open from Lulihu. So we see an open and a jam. Here we go. The way who's been running. I wouldn't be shocked to see another lady out there. He's got to have chunks after this hand either way. 9-4-3. Not a good start for who. Turn is the 8 of spades. Just an ace and just a queen and a queen only. Doesn't arrive. And Hamza going to sit back down with nearly 10 million in chips. Who still will have 17.275. 43 big blinds. Still a whopper stack. And the average stack is still less than 30 big blinds total. 28 to be precise. Jose takes down the blinds and antes, adding 1 million to his stack now. Joe with ace king in a small blind. 48 big to start the hand. Wants to make around 3x and does do just that into the Daniel's queen deuce. You'll see players making it 2x, 2.2x, 2.5x. I like seeing a full 3x here. David checks over to Joe on the 8-6-9 ace board. Thought he might fire. Not the greatest of cards to be firing on. Suppose he just has to give up the more look at it. Yes. Good check by David. Joe knows he can get an 8 or a 9 to fold. Maybe a hand like Jack 10. Does David continue without any clubs in his hand? Not only has he got an open-ended straight draw, but he doesn't have the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. He has the top end of it. The issue is there's not that many good river cards for him. Jack or a 10 mightn't be any good if Joe has an ace. A club is bad. Even a 7, it's not ideal. It's hard to get paid then. Queen might be a great card. Joe takes down another one. That's very disciplined by David. I don't think there's much he can do there. Who min raises with pocket fours? Nothing Jose can do. Shakes his head. Who adds a million to his stack? And the world keeps on spinning. Matthias wants the info. What info are you looking for, Matthias? Hold around to David in the cutoff with ace-4 off suit. Hamzo Queen-5 of hearts in the big. Can defend this combo. We can still let hands like Queen Deuce, Queen 3, and Queen 4 suited go. Martin says he's here. Hee hee hee. Hello. What's so funny? David going to take that one down on the 10-6 tree. Queen 5 wanting no part. Martin says his favorite hand is Queen 5. Always wins, but you must know how to play it. Nathaniel's got to pay 500k. We were talking about favorite hands last night. I don't think Queen 5 was in there, even if it was suited. Barney checks again. Barney with the best of it. Nathaniel might feel the need to double barrel this, but with 4s, I think we just have enough showdown value. Doesn't really accomplish much. You're still going to get called by 5, 6, 7s, 8s, 9, maybe 5s would go into the muck, but you're not going to get rid of a 9x. You're not going to get rid of spades. Backdoor straight draws might have arrived. An 8 size. 8 size will fold. We have a pair is the whole point. There are better hands for us to keep bluffing on the turn. Hamza faced with a decision. He knows who is going to be opening very wide. Open up, Johnny. Now, does Hamza want to shove 20 big blinds here? Or is he just going to let it go? I don't want to see him 3-bet. It's just not a hand that has good blocker capabilities. He's just going to get this shoved in his face. I would prefer to just jam over 3-betting with pocket fours here in the hijack. You're better off having a hand like King 4 offsuit, Ace 4 offsuit. At least you've got a blocker. This 4 is just... You could even flat in position and try flop a set would be better than 3-betting. Who should just figure this one out and shove all in? I don't see him calling when they're this shallow. And in she goes. Who? Now Hamza's just like, really? Again? Who's so stoic in his movements, so calculated. But this hand is going to play itself, really, when Hamza... He's just going to have a lot of 3-bet folds here. And if he's 3-bet calling with a hand stronger than Ace-King, then we are just very unlucky to run into it. Oh! He's 3-bet called it off. I'm speechless. I was sure he was 3-bet folding, but no. Into a coin flip situation for his tournament life, and 17 million in this pot, and the turn is a 6 of diamonds. 4 and a 4 only on the Queen 996, but it is the 3. Close but no cigar. And Luli, who stacks his newfound gold, 71 big blinds, and Hamza sent packing in 14th place. Yikes. Don't be afraid to evolve. Hold on, lads. I'm writing this down. Don't be afraid to evolve. Gotcha. 12 players remaining now. That means we have 2 tables of 6. Average stack is 13 million. So about 33 big blinds, roughly speaking. The min raise from Joe. Jose is not having a day where he's been able to do much with cards. His card distribution has been very poor. Poor. I've seen some YouTube comments asking, who am I as a commentator? It is Action Man Dan. Thank you for your question. ECW says I am the voice of kings and queens. Yes. I've got a silver tongue and a golden touch. Don't tell the town. $1.1 million is the bet from who? With the ace 8. Sneaky little bet here. Could sometimes be getting value. Could sometimes get like a pair of threes to fold. Final fold. And now what to do think of that river? You couldn't think much of it. Complete straight draws, complete flush draws. However, he's the one that's going to have more straights and flushes on this run out. No, I can't do it. Can't win them all, who? Ten in the hijack for Nathaniel. What a great name, by the way, for Barney Gamble. 12 players remaining now. Current payout €5,100. And the next pay jump will launch us up to €6,950. 500k is a bet from Nathaniel. Barney checks on the river, giving up, hard to win. Daniel, all smiles, 2 pots in a row, or at least 2 pots in rapid succession. And I spy with my little eye, something beginning with 11 players remaining now. Willie Who, 64 bigs, Joe with 54, Barney with 35, Nathaniel with 29, David with 21, and Jose, who hasn't got anything going for him today, finds himself the only player under 10 bigs. Jose shoves 8.7 bigs. Finally finds a hand. Space Pirate in the house says, "Hi Dan, welcome back." Yeah, they beat me down. They beat me down, Space Pirate. Put on my moon boots and said, right, let's go. Enough messing around. We are back. We're back, baby. Hope you're keeping well, Space Pirate. Jose gets that one through as well. 2 hands in a row for Jose. Ace Queen and the pocket 8, successfully adding 2 million to his stack. Barney with the min raise. Barney Gumble disguised as Gamble. David defends with the 9-8 offsuit. The flop is ace-9, 5. David with the best hand technically on paper. Barney does have the jack of spades. It's going to be tough for the 8-9 to continue here. For that sizing, I think we need to hang around. But there's not a lot of exciting turn cards for us. David will call. Jack of spades for Barney. Now has the flush. David trying to turn his hand into a bluff. Don't really understand that. Don't like it at all. And I'm not a fan. And that's going to bring us to a break. We'll be back inside of about 15 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're getting dangerously close to the final table of the Balkan Poker Circuit main event. You don't want to miss this. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Aces versus queens. You hit your two-outer. You beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah. Why are you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
It's 7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Touchman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction based on a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, cerchiamo così.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, but a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
I haven't heard that one, but probably.
Sounds like something he would say.
Leon.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I
that.
could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
240.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
30 entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no-limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabrel's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabrel's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabrel just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabrel has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabrel going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here,
it's over.
It might be over. Cabrel leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabrel's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Hasu off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Hasu jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hasu. He hits the ace, and look at Cabrel. He sees the bad news. Cabrel needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Hasu who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what?
I really thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabrel makes 2 pair, but no match for Hasu's wheel.
Suited connectors or small pair?
Suited connectors.
Why?
Because you can play it multi-way and you have many more draws, and if you have a small pocket, you probably need to fold.
It depends. I have some favorite hands like 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to play those hands. Otherwise, small pocket pairs is not so bad. Depends also on the position you have on the table.
Yeah, of course.
You know, if you're a professional poker player, you must know that, no?
Suited connectors or small pocket pair?
Small pocket pair.
I love suited connectors. Yes, suited connectors I every time would play.
Same, depending on the stage of the tournament.
Yeah,
but
your favorite, like?
Suited connector. It's good to build big stacks.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see David get a much needed double up with his pocket eights against the pocket sixes. Still 11 players remaining, 2 eliminations away from the final table. Space Pirate says, hell yeah! Hells yeah! Small blind is now 250k, by the way. $500,000 is now big blind with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's $250,000, $500,000, $500,000. $800K is the bet from the King Queen. Mark has asked a good question. I popped over to YouTube momentarily. Luli Who is a beast of a man. He won the guts of $430,000 already this year in July, and he is definitely what you would consider a pro. Joshua says Marchioro earlier this afternoon. He is coached by Ben CB. You love to hear it. I was singing Ben CB's praises earlier. BL Poker says the way of presentation on the screen is very useful. Showing how many BBs are the best next to the bet amount. Yes, very nice. Glad you enjoying how hard the King's production team works above and beyond 365 days of the year, 24/7, pretty much. These guys barely even take any days off at Christmas, for crying out loud. Jose's going for 8.5 bigs, and Barney should be calling this. We've seen him just call the sixes, but because it's against Jose, it's a pause for the cause. What am I thinking about Luli Who's game? I love watching Luli Who play. Lule. Some people think he's trash. I definitely don't think he's trash. He's entertaining at the very least. He's exactly what kings need, especially if you're the commentator. Ace 10-8 is the flop, and unless Jose Sorribes gets lucky, we're going to lose him in 11th place and be on the final table bubble. One card to go. It doesn't arrive for Jose. It just hasn't been his day, and he will bow out in 11th place for a nice payout of €5,100. That means 10 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,950. It was quite the pay difference there from 11 to 12, a few grand. Close to $2,000. Space Pirate says, you know what? I think mouth mask should be banned. Caps and glass is okay, but I don't know. What's my opinion on that, Dan? Well, I think there is a point where it goes over the top, where you can't even see the person's face. They could be. That's too extreme for my liking. For other people, they want to play with anonymity, and that's their choice. We have the same advantages as they have if we choose to not cover our face. That's our decision. I think it's better for the game. The less covering, the better. However, to each their own. I still would like to get me hands on one of those poker face hoodies with the mask sewn into it. But I like the idea of glasses lately because I finally started wearing them. Alex says they remember watching someone on the TV table with a whole alligator mask. I used to have a Bane mask and I loved wearing it. Like out of Batman, Bane. I would have loved, and I mean loved, to wear a Bane mask at a feature table. But that's fantastic information that we got that David Marchiordo is coached by Ben CB. Bird says Lucasaurus. Look. Yeah. What do you call an alligator wearing a white beater? An investigator. Maybe that joke works better if you just say he's in a suit. An alligator in a suit doesn't really go hand in hand. Just put a tank top on him. It's a lot easier. You don't have to deal with all the teeth and the biting, the scrambling around from the alligator. It won't sit still. And who will take down another one? More blinds than antes this man accumulates, the harder he is going to be to take on at this final table. He is in prime condition to make a deep run here with 54 bigs. 10 players remaining, average stack 31.5 big blinds, 15.68 million. And who, with another opening hand, ace 10 offsuit this time. Waste Coast is a vest. Waste Coast. Blue again in the final table. OMG, he's very, very strong. Yes, I see. Sorry, Derek, you weren't talking about Lou. Nathaniel over the top for 19 bigs. Great pickup for him, uncontested. 23 bigs he's playing now. Joelman raises a pocket trees off 35 bigs. This is a bit of a push, even with pocket trees here. We are five-handed. Around the Barney gamble. He won't be defending with the 8-4 offsuit. Joe defends with the Jack 8 of diamonds, and it is Ace 8-4. Nathaniel, range advantage. 900k is the bet. At a 1.6 million here, stops Nathaniel from betting a second time. He will also have some ace X that he is trying to pot control with, and occasionally he will have a 4. And because occasionally he will have a 4, I don't think there's much Nathaniel is able to do about this. Good balance of Joe's ranges here, using that turn card to his advantage. This guy ain't just a one-trick pony. Two raises to just over 1 million, and Barney is going to 3-bet with his blockers. Very nice blockers in the form of king and queen off suit. Back to who? Who just usually lets these ones go. If it's against a very aggressive 3-better, we could take back 4-bet with the king blocker. We unblock some ace-x hands that Barney might have that he would have to fold to a 4-bet. I don't think who needs to bother doing it, but it is worth considering. So 1.5 million more for who to call. So that's how much he would have to take it back by, as far as I can tell. Nathaniel, 1.6 billion to go from the small blind. I like the sizing. Daniel has $287,000 in tournament live earnings. He won a circuit event for $187,000 and is one to watch out for if he gets a stack going here. He is going to check on the ace 5-4. As for David, he's going to be hoping to get to showdown. I expected to see Nathaniel bet on that. Just wants to try to get the showdown with King High. It's highly, highly unlikely David has an ace blind v blind sub 20 bigs that he didn't rejam. He could have a hand like ace 5 or ace 4. $900K is the bet on the turn. David, nothing he can do. Just forced to let it go. Nathaniel min raising for King Queen of Hearts. Oh, who's just decided to launch Nathaniel in here? This is an awesome hand. One of the greatest hands in the deck to call here in this dynamic. Because you unblock so much stuff. He's going to fold. He's talking to him. Oh, that's some move by who? Dangerous. High vote. What do you think about that one? Let me know in the chat. It's just so difficult to call for your tournament like there with King Queen of Hearts. 21 bigs. Cool. Banging the gavel. Laying down the law. He's talking, but I'm not sure exactly what he's saying. One moment, please. See if I can crank this up to 11. Will I hear? And who's probably just going to rip Insky here from the small blind with 27 million. No. If he's rejamming hands, like, I suppose, sorry, Barney has 36 big blinds. That's why 20 big blinds or below, I think we just see who rip everything with the pocket fives. 36 is just a different stratosphere. Who was pocket fives, hoping to win a showdown, but it wasn't to be on this occasion. Barney with the Jack 7 on the 7 Queen Deuce. 6-6. Takes in that small pot. David takes that one down with the ace king. And we could have fireworks here. Nathaniel, ace jack. Barney with the ace king. Nathaniel making a standard rejam and has run into it. Barney's going to call him, and this is going to be the last hand before the final table, unless Nathaniel gets there with his 20% equity. King, queen, 3 is the flop. Barney way out in the lead. 18.6 million in this pot. And it's the 6 of spades. Barney has got there and held. And now you've heard the man. All dealing is stopped. We are going to the final table of the Balkan poker circuit. 1 million guaranteed. Final day is now the final table. I'm going to go in search of some venison, maybe cook some eggs in preparation. Get me some extra energy today on this lovely Monday evening. See you all in about 20 minutes or so for what is set to be a fascinating final table. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can understand that sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean.
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up from
re-raises to isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615?
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. Pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum re-raise. Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it is.
there
So
you
as to
go.
isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick. where there's this
But he only
big...
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line. As you can see, a little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge sweat. This would have been a fun flop if
yeah, I mean, you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh.
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the mic off, and that is it.
Brutal. In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin. The next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him nine of diamond.
Nine of diamond.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's the 3-bet. See, he's attacking Hisu. And Hisu, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Hisu's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hisu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Hisu finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it. I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king, queen, or some sort of ace, queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand, let's say Martin occasionally
He
does
has
this with
raised.
8-10.
He has raised.
Yep.
You said 3.5? Sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see, wait, stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, $9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Hasu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Hasu's got to be sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabral calls the raise. Oh.
Does Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Hasu is that strong. But I mean, Cabral would love to have King 3 with the King of Spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot is 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabral is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Hasu is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Hasu turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Hasu turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
Yeah.
It was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Hasu is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Hasu's... He kicks it back.
He
knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting. Jesus in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match. Just a very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I'm stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, and hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Jesus. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
Yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Maybe next game you're possible. to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Check
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
he certainly could.
They're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen, Jack, 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it. He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set? Please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You're so bad, Mark.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum. I'm happy.
You play very good.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that. Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
But dealt with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop. This type of texture. Calls you on the flop. Check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace-X of hearts? Can't be ace-queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace-jack, ace-king. Seems like ace-king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Cash game streets. Content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmitro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Balkan Poker Circuit main event final table. 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a chunky sum, €14,250. Adel Bolhadid, only player with more chips at this final table than Luli Hu. With 60. He is going to call the additional 2.5 million, and right out the gate, we have an all-in and a call. I don't like Peter's jam. It's very impatient for 7.3 bigs total. However, he is ahead of Who's King Queen, but Who has been running very well today. Not the greatest of starts for the King Queen, and Peter could easily find himself with 8 million chips. Or it is the Jack of Clubs. Needs to be a king or a queen. It is a deuce. Hurricane is in third place with 52 bigs. Daniel Strasinescu from Romania with 42 bigs. And Barney Gamble with 37. David Marchiordo with 28 big blinds. And Joe with 16. Peter with 8. And Zdenek Ziska just fell short of making this final table. Did take home €9,685 for his efforts. So that's how they're looking, gang. Who you got taking down this one? Don't get shy in the chat on me now. It's final table time. So raising to 1.2 million. A lot of chips still in play at this FT, and the winner going to take home €160,000. Peter Lepka, who just doubled up, is going for another one. Who's a great sport. Peter shoving for 16 bigs total. Who messing around like he's got a decision or something. So the nine's taking down the previous hand, and Hurricane. 1 million to go. Hurricane's going to check on the ace-6-6 with his pocket trees. Probably prefer to just bet that one. Just deny equity. Going for the delayed C-bet. Barney wants none of it. Hurricane min raises with the King Jack, and Barney Gamble with the decision in the small blind. All options on the table. More than likely wants to 3-bet to somewhere in the region of about 3.3 to 3.5 million. I see Mark is asking questions again about how good Who is. Louis Who. He is very accomplished and having a fantastic year at Kings. Valentine says Louis is crazy. He goes with his read. He's very much a field player. He plays the game, the great game of No Limit Hold'em his own way. $1.1 million is the open from the button. King 7 offsuit from Barney. So we do have a variety of nationalities being represented all under one roof. We've got France, Czech Republic, China, Germany, Romania, and Italy. This is a very exciting final table. Quite the lineup. And what a golden opportunity it is for these remaining hopefuls to win over €160,000 tonight. Nobody's short now because Peter doubled up from 8 big blinds. Lule. Lule, 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 lule. Very like Ole, but not spelt the same. Is going to raise 1.15 million with the ace jack around to the big blind. And David wants to just fold. You see a lot of players complete there against the hijack open with the king 5, but against who has him covered, David decides against it, and that's another well played hand by David. David with 13 bigs from the small blind. Now, the best way to extract value would be to raise call, but it is dangerous enough blind v blind. Maybe we just rip. Without the ICM pressure and significant jumps between each spot, does decide to just rip the full 14. All you can eat, Hurricane. P. Min with a very good point saying, how is he from Germany with a name like Barney Gamble? You would think he's American. By the way, astonishing numbers here. Over 800 of you watching. Over 800 of you watching on YouTube alone. And another 200 on Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And therefore, we have reached over 1,000 viewers at once again. Your support means the world to me, and indeed the Kings management and production team. So much appreciated for the viewership. Is this live? It's as live can be on a 30-minute delay. Nice to see the same kind of names appearing. There's Drama Gang is back. What's up, Drama Gang? Oh, Fist says it was 4:30 in the morning, time for bed in Australia. Thanks for tuning in for so long. Doing my best to get around to the YouTube comments as well as the Twitch. Who with pocket fives? Hurricane decides to call from the button and flops best on the ace, queen, 7. Top pair, decent kicker for Hurry. HK for short. And who bets 1.3 million will get called. Who's going to check his option on the turn wisely? And Kane checks back, and now Kane's checking back to call most rivers, if not all. Who's just going to have to wave the white flag on this one? Harry Kane's not playing poker, he's playing football. It's Hurricane. Kane's best course of action is to go for a smallish bet and hope to get called by a weaker ace. Maybe a hand like King Queen. Queen Jack. I just think he is going to have too many hands that beat our pocket fives to consider calling here. We can beat some busted straight draws. Maybe some busted spade draw. Who lets it go? Fubiun has joined the party. Average stack almost 20 million. As the big blind has now reached 600k. Small blind is 300k. Big blind is 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. Barney takes down another one. It is interesting that we have Daniel Strachanescu, who is also King's Reg. If you don't know the name by now, you should. Adele going to bet. And Adele Bull had a D as well with top pair. Adele's had some scores here also. It is ace, 8, jack, and the 9-5 ain't going to cut it. These are just names I've seen a couple of times this year. I haven't seen them like tons of times, but looks like they're having some runs this year, Daniel and Adele. These guys are still relatively fairly deep. Just a testament to how great these structures are. 60-minute levels. Well, with a lovely stack of 60 bigs now. There was the aforementioned poker face hoodie. We're on about covering their faces. I'd like to be at a feature or the final table covering my face up with a poker face jumper. I don't mind telling you. who with jacks. And Joe with pocket sixes. Thought we might see Joe just call there, try flop a set. Decides against it. David out, flopping who? Ace 9 deuce. 850 is the bet. David, our shortest stack at this table. David just going to call, keeps in the bluffs. No reason to just jam with the top pair. Only going to get called by better the majority of the time. Turn goes check, check. And now all aces would be chopping apart from ace king. Heart does arrive. Who checks back will lose another one. Has dipped under 20 million. That's a nice pot for David. It's been a scrappy affair for David for most of this day so far. Fast approaching being live for 7 hours now. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in on this Monday night, it's the final table of the €295 buy-in Balkan poker circuit main event. All this action taking place live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Evo says, hi, nice to hear you again. Thank you, Evo. Evo. Mihailovic. Do my best there. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, who has sevens opens, and there's a bit of a dynamic between these two at this stage. Barney, 3-bet with queens. Need to make it too big, just over 3 million. Size. Barney has elected first. He is going to 4-bet this time. I kind of liked if he was going to do this earlier with the king 8 or a blocker. I don't really like 4-betting 7s on this occasion without a blocker, out of position. He's just going with his read and you can't blame him. Because we're not going to have an option to get the money in the middle here. We're just turning our hand 100% into a bluff. Space Pirate says all in and fold. Yes, that is what's going to happen here. I presume you agree with me in the chat. You would want to have a king or an ace as a blocker with these pocket 7s. They're just not blocking anything. It doesn't really matter too much because Barney... Whoa, what? Okay, guys, I'm overruled. I'm getting my coat. Who finds a way of folding pocket queens earlier and now finds a way of getting his opponent to fold pocket queens? That is the nerves kicking in for Barney Gamble. I'm not going to have a voice left by the time we get 6-handed. Never mind a podium finish. The pressure is mounting. It's lights, camera, action. I presume Barney Gamble hasn't played for this kind of money before. It's a €295 buy-in. He's against a far more experienced player in Lou Lee Hu. Well, I don't think Hu thought he was going to be getting queens to fold on that occasion, because Barney had 3-bet him a couple of times and had the goods. He had the goods again there. Well, that piped a few up in the chat box. Welcome back, lads. Barney with the min-raise. David Marchioro with ace-10. $17 bigs here. This would actually be a really good spot to 3-bet because Barney has just folded a huge one. He's going to be a little bit on edge with his ranges. And we have a really nice blocker in the ace and the 10. Blockers. But I don't blame him putting it into the muck when he is out-chipped considerably. Just wait until that information goes back to the remaining players. The queens were folded pre. We've seen kings be folded pre multiple times, about once a year at kings. But queens in that exact spot just seemed a bit ludicrous. There's no 10k tickets to take into consideration either. 1.4 is the bet. Barney gets one back. Razor just catching up on the YouTube comments. So no, he was not stacking off free with pocket sevens. He was not 4-bet juicing. I assure you of that. He was 4-bet bluffing, and the 4-bet bluff looked so strong. He's got queens to fold. He flopped. He's not something we see every day. And here we see a bit of trapping going on. Peter reading, but he's smiling. In a way, stretch his hand a little bit shorty there. Very calm, relaxed, composed, gleeful. Say goodbye to Hollywood. 4, 7, 2, most likely just check his turn. Go with the river. Maybe he might want to go for a small bet of like 1.2 million. Will get called by some low pairs, maybe some ace size. 1.7. Also nice equity. Some overcards. Two streets. Peter takes that one down with aces. Thank you for your comment, P-Man. You should be able to hear me a bit better now. Gamble by name, nip by nature. I love it. We are 8-handed still. Round to the button, Peter. King 6 of clubs. Edelman raising from the hijack with ace 8 of spades. Rusty says just 4-bet him, he will fold 99%. Nice to have you with us, Rusty. Let's see, Weed Cooker and Fish KACZ. All names I recognize. Our tax says how not to play poker. That's another way of running good. Getting your opponent to fold queens pre when you've got pocket sevens at the final table. So fives here for Daniel. Double pair board, going to try get paid by an ace high type holding, exactly like the hand Adele has. There's busted flush draws, there's busted straight draws. Daniel getting a lovely little bit of value there on the river to the tune of 1.3 million. Adel lost a few chips in the last hand. Ace jack of diamonds in this one. Average stack still very close to 20 million. Big blind still 600k. So you see a min raise from the ace jack of diamonds around to the small blind. Small blind putting jack 10 suited into the muck. No, calling from the small. This is going to be fine. Daniel's going to try buy this pot on the Queen, King, 4 deuce, betting 1.3 million. And Adel just has to fold to the pressure. I think his name is Adele, not Adel. Jerry Fall with one of the comments of the day, without forgetting about hot sauce. You're still here, Dan. I've worked, made 5 dinners, and went for a 5-kilometer run while you have been sitting on yo. Yeah. That is one way of looking at it, Jerry Fall. I always find it's the things that you don't see people do that matters the most. Jerry says, oh, Joe is still in. You rate him still, Dan. He's played a very tight and solid game, which means he hasn't made too many open-faced mistakes. His stack has dwindled in the last few hours. He's still very much in contention with 28 bigs. Anything is possible at this FT after seeing Queens go into the muck crate. Joe is deciding, can he buy this pot with 9 high like a boss? But he just doesn't have it in him. He does block some straights. I'm not sure if he is correct to wave the white flag on that occasion. Definitely some hands he can fold out by betting that river. I guess we'll never know. Perhaps David wasn't going to fold there anyway with his pair of deuces and blocking some other stuff. Or unblocking some busted straight draws and flush draws. David now rising from the ashes, playing about 16 million it looks like. Jerry says, yeah, his fold with ace queen off from the small blind to a 3-bet from the big blind felt too tight when there was 28 players left. I felt that as well. He's lacking in conviction, but has a lot of the right theory in his head and is putting a lot of it into practice. But you can't beat someone like Luli, who, and how much experience he's had off a score of over 400k already this year. I'm not going to say it's just another day in the office, because 160,000 euro is a lot of money. But if there's anyone that's going to be the most calm and collected to try take down this title, I've got my money on Luli Who. He's just fearless. And if he feels like he should make a move, he's going to make it, where other players at this final table feel like they should make a move but are just lacking the execution of hitting that button and making the move. Now what's going to happen here? Who raised to 1.35 and Daniel 3-betting to 3.7, and I don't think who's going to be having any of this. Who's going to believe? Yes, Luli Who earns a massive spin up to 435,622 euro to become your Euro Poker Millions champion. It's written in his name that he gets a minimum of heads up. Luli heads up. Daniel 3-betting to 3.7. Who's going to call? Who's he going to call? Ghostbusters. I don't think I've said that one today yet. We've done all the other puns. How would you like that one, lads? Get it into yours. We see this pot spiraling out of control after betting a call on the flop. Turn is the 3 of spades. What do you do if you're Daniel now? It's going to be tough to not give off a read as to how strong or how weak you are. Who's taking that second barrel away from Daniel, which is very creative. A blockerish type sizing. Might get a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s to call here. Gets rid of hands like ace, queen, and ace, jack here. If your opponent has a king and they call, it's very easy to just check on the river. If our opponent has queens or jacks, they're most likely going to call. So this bet accomplishes many different things. Daniel unable to continue, and Who is up to 40 big blinds once more. Hoo, hoo. The train is a-coming. You see a raise to 2.2 million. And Edel scoops that one in. And there you see a hand I would be putting into the muck. Surprised to see the King 10 suited going into the muck. That's because he's opened so many other hands, just wants to stay out of harm's way.
Oh, Antonio. Antonio here.
Someone shouting in the background at Kings. It is a Monday night after all.
Crazy. I don't have a hand. I have a hand. You Antonio. Scare me.
Jerry Fall with a very good point here says, I guess it's a difficult mindset to get over. To remain aggressive on the final table, you've outstayed over 3,000 players and you don't want to F it up at this stage. Yeah, just a lot of money on the line here from a €295 buy-in. If you get queens, though, you're raising to get the money in there in that exact spot. You're going to treat 5-bet it. For anyone that didn't hear about that hand, it just shows the nerves, how much at stake for these players after battling through 3,130. Give or take. I still think who should have raised that King 10 suited under the gun. Who outflops Adele. Adele has over 100k in tournament live earnings, by the way. Probably mentioned that earlier, but I'm mentioning it again. Oh, that's a nasty river for Queen 8. This is not so bad for the button. And this is a run out. I would be more inclined to go for a larger sizing. We can get called by 2 pair or a 7. So somewhere in the region of 4 to 4.2 million seems like a good sizing. At least 3.5 anyway. Well, goes for 2.6. Very nice. Very good, very nice. Yeah, we seen who opened 7s, get 3-bet by queens, and then he's 4-bet and got queens to fold pre-flop, which was just insane. Those call there and get the bad news. I don't know if I like calling with just the naked 8 there with the queen. Now, having said that, the Dell is going to be polarized, meaning he's either going to have the top of his range or the bottom of it as a bluff, of course. Don't know. Queen 8 going to cook the mustard to call a bet of that size. Who has gone for it and is unsuccessful on this occasion in being correct. No correct and right for Luli Who this time. And now we see 5 players at this FT, all in that 20 to 30 big blind zone. 2 chip leaders out in front, and then the 2 short stacks at the bottom. An interesting dynamic developing here. We really are feeling each other out in the opening frame or two. Barney, I bet. Sorry, it's Barney who's got the ace 5. Adele is the one betting 700k, and Barney's not going to be going anywhere. No push shot. I was going to say, do we want to start raising? Or do we just call? I would say it's good to raise having the ace of spades, but it's bad to raise against one of the bigger stacks at this table. The last thing you want is a giant confrontation with a couple of shorties and a few middling stacks. I would say Dell mightn't even continue here. Barney just hasn't been that out of line. Case in point, folding queens pre-flop. He could have just checked back on that flop. That would have been a fine option too. Check raise. Barney's not going to be check raising too often. It'll be just better to bet. The more I think about it, just get rid of all those small pairs. Even a top pair hand that doesn't have a spade is not in great shape. It's got a bad kicker. Very false. Barney Gamble sounds like a fella from the inner north side of Dublin. The right master. Barney Gamble, boys, yeah? Well said, Jerry Fall. Well said. Hurricane, min raising with a little bit of cheese on top. And who's going to call? Queen Jack of Spades. Fantastic turn card for Queen Jack of Spades. So who's called? 5.6 minutes in this spot. Oh, who's not even going to try bite this one? I would have liked for who to think about that a little bit longer. Probably thinks his opponent is not betting on the turn with a 5, and therefore he's not going to get a hand like a 10x to fold, let alone a king X, and then decides to just not try put in a chunky bet or any bet and take that one away. He's won enough pots. His credibility is running on low. blind v blind action. Joe with the Queen 7 has the best of it against David's 6-3 on the 10-4-7. Turn is the 9 of clubs. The river coming, the Jack of clubs. Joe is going to bet one big, see where he's at. Bit of Lady Gaga playing in the background. Why not? It's Monday night. Get your freak on. Join the Monday Club. Barney with 8-7 of diamonds. Hurricane with 9-6, and the flop is 10. Ace 4. That's going to be enough to take that one. Taking it down. Scooping it in. Serious Kids Music says, can you not try something with your mic? Yes, I have. Plugged it back in. Plugged it out, plugged it back in, refresh the page. Should be fine. wants to know how much for first in the €295. It's €160,550. $1.2 million is the bet from Joe on the 765. This board smacking the perceived defending range from the big blind, more so than the opening range from the cutoff. There's now a straight on board. Who wants it? This is an awesome opportunity for Adele to take this one away from Joe, even though there's a straight on board. 4.2 million. Excellent sizing. The issue with calling here with pocket tens is Adele has all the 8x in his range. All of them. That's excellent play from the big blind. Now up near 40 million. 38.7 million chips, 48 big blinds. Now I will be back in just a moment. And they are going to chop that one up. So the blinds are now 400k small blind, 800k big blind with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. This will put more pressure on the shorter stacks. The middling stacks want to hold on tight, hold on for dear life, and the bigger stacks can take advantage of the smaller stacks and the middling stacks. That's how that works. Let's see how much or to what extent they implement that strategy. Let's play poker. Average stack, 19.6 million. It's getting shallower. Still hovering around that 25 big blind zone. Remember, we're still playing 1 hour blinds. There's a hell of a lot of action to come yet tonight. Peter raises to 2.5 million with the ace jack offsuit. Barney not going to defend for that sizing. Big boy hand here for the hijack. The kings of kings facing the open from Kane. Achter Hooker asks, why is the price jump from second to first so much bigger, percentage-wise, than the other price jumps? A lot of tournaments are top-heavy these days. Maybe by that stage, a deal will be put in place. The universe tends to unfold as it should. As Bird says, Dan surely knows. Yeah. I am all-knowing and all-powerful, sure. We've got action. It's been a long time coming. We ain't seen some all-ins for quite some time. Hurricane's not going to be folding ace-king suited, one would think. Wants a count. Big enough jam here from Peter Lepka. Kane wants a chip count, but his hand is just going to be too strong to consider folding. Stranger things have happened, but I don't predict he's going to put his hand into the muck. He is entitled to take his time. It's definitely not a slow roll. But for Peter Lepke, it might feel like one. Five, 5-4 is the flop. One spade. Peter needing a lady or a 4 for a chop. Turn is another spade. Now a 7 will do it. It's a 5. And that's no good for Peter Lepke. 8 have now become 7. GG. Peter Lepke will take home €14,250 for his efforts. And that means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a 5-figure payday of above €20,000. Balak says he deserves a queen now. Well, they just deserves and entitled to. But the river was a 5. That's a big moment there for Kane. It's a lot of chips. blind v blind battle here from Avid and Kane. Jack 6 of clubs for the small blind. Kane with 7-3 of clubs. Outflopping him on the Queen 9-7 is going to bet 825, and that's going to be the end of that. I might have decided to take a little stab there with the Jack 6 of clubs. A lot of good things can happen. We can get folds immediately. We can pick up more equity in the form of a straight draw, a flush draw, maybe even a jack. Harry Kane just wins a massive pot. He might just let us go in a spot where he might sometimes call, and we can get a 7 to fold. For all those reasons, I prefer to bet with the Jack 6 on the Queen 9-7. Kane with the best of it, but not the greatest of boards for fours on the Jack 6, 10-3. Kane is going to bet 850. Queen of spades, not going to be going anywhere. With over 40 million in chips. Another one bites the dust. Kane cannot lose. Aftermarket Harry Kane. We've got action here. David with 11 bigs in the cutoff. Kane with pocket eights. Don't expect him to be folding. I could understand folding 5s, 6s, maybe even 7s. But pocket 8s plus, this is going to be too strong. The issue he's having is it's about a third of his chips. He's just scanning around to get an idea. Who down to 11 million as well, which needs to be acknowledged. So we are going to Flipsville. Average stack 22.4 million. Another King's flip with ace queen against 8s this time. Queen 5 deuce. David. Music to his ears if he can hold. This is a big pot in terms of this tournament. We're either going to be 6-handed or Kane loses a chunk that he just won. And David now from Italy, coached by Ben CB, I believe, now has 21 million, which is good for 26 big blinds. Kane raising to 1.6 million. Ace 8 of hearts around to the big blind of Joe with King 10. Kane takes that one down. All these pickups are just so important. We're still seven-handed. So 13 bigs now for Daniel. Stacks are getting shallower. Monster for Gamble. BG. Barney Gamble. 1.6 million to go with his ace king. Four's going into the muck correctly. Daniel takes down another one, this time with ace 4 of hearts. Duche is asking, are these the payouts of the 300 buy-in, €295 buy-in Balkan poker circuit main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov? Yes. Correct and right. 7 players remaining, guaranteed a minimum of €20,150. All chasing the first prize of €160,550. The payouts are showing 550 because that's the initial cash out, min cash, whatever you want to call it. So there's €550 extra on each of the payouts you see before you. So the initial payout is 550, and then first prize of this event is €160,000. So just take the 550 off each of the payouts you see. It was many days on end. Day 2 was yesterday. There was many opportunities to get into day 2. And this is day 3, the final day. And it's been a very entertaining final table. These guys really feeling each other out. ICM is just so massive right now. Of course, there was going to be a small lull in the action. We have been spoilt. Non-stop action today. Pairs against pairs. Seen some huge folds. We've seen some huge calls. It's a day that's had it all. This FT just getting heated up, really, with 7 still remaining. And it is all to play for. The starting entry field size was 3,136. We are down to 7. So they've battled through almost 3,100 entries. 3,130. In the King's Casino, Rosvedov, Czech Republic, beside the German border. Adele is staying active, as he should be, from the cutoff. Ace-8 offsuit. Duche says, huge event. Lovely. You're very welcome. Nice to have you with us. Let's go. 8 hours live now. Like it ain't no thing. And Adele has a real hand, 1.6 million with the jacks. Adding 2 million every time you can successfully take in those blinds and antes. Well, Duche says he knows Razvedov. He's been there and will come soon. Well, best of luck. But look all in. Stick it in and think of Ireland. No completes from the small. David is just going to rip the full enchilada. And Joe is forced to fold. David Marchiordo has a total live earnings of $57,629. Here's how the leaderboard's looking. 56 bigs for the chip leader. 44 bigs for Barney in second. Kane with 31. And the rest, the other 4 remaining players below 30 big blinds. David with the best hand there, betting on the flop. Takes in that pot. Daniel shoving 13 bigs from the hijack, Queen Jack of Hearts. Scully Movski says, guys, I'm an amateur at poker. Glad if you can enlighten me. I am thinking how many coin flips the player needs to win to get to the final table when there is 3,136 players in the field. It's a great question. I don't know the exact answer. It's not that simple because there are many variables on your path to greatness, to the final table. Some of your coin flips are going to be 70-30s, 80-20s, 60-40s. And then a lot of the time you could be all in and not at risk. So you're only risking X amount of your remaining stack. And that is why you will notice time and time again, the cream rises to the top. You will see the same faces in the same places, going after title after title. They will make more deep runs than your average bear. Thank you for your question. This was, of course, a 1 million guarantee. This is a really nice spot where who gets to rejam small ace and David can't call because of ICM. It's just too much bigs. It's the guts of 10 million chips. And it's going to be a very nice pickup for who. I find it hard to fold maybe ace 5 suited here against who. But I don't know if we could even call. I think it could be way tighter again. Honestly, it's like ace 9 suited, ace 10 offsuit is when we are dancing for nearly half of our stack. All those other ace X have to go in the muck, unfortunately. And Gagan Deep says, is there a difference in mindset when playing cash games versus tournaments? And Scully says, thank you for your thoughtful answer, host. You are very welcome. You ask the hard-hitting questions, you'll get the hard-hitting answers. There is a difference in mindset in cash games versus tournaments. Cash games, you're going to be playing a lot deeper. And when we're playing a lot deeper, we can use a different thought process. Of course, we are still playing poker. Same concepts are going to be applied. But there's a lot more thought that goes into cash in terms of stack sizes, etc. That's why an expert cash player would obliterate a tournament like this. And it needs to be respected. Tournament players, though, are able to apply short stack strategies that cash players can't implement themselves. So there's pros and cons to both sides of that coin. Thank you for your question. Gagan says, thank you for your answer. You're very welcome. Enjoy the show. A long way to go yet. Joe raises to 1.6 million from under the gun. I prefer this than jamming when we are seven-handed. I can get behind this. It looks very strong. Around to Daniel with ace-8 offsuit, and I don't think Daniel should be defending. Barney taking in the blinds and antes. King deuce suited from the button. And I'm getting word that we have 3 hands remaining before the break. It's going to be a break for the guts of 20 minutes. Just in the nick of time. Who is battling back close to 20 big blinds again. And after we come back from the break, folks, we're going to be looking at a 1 million big blind. $500,000 small blind, 1 million big blind when we return after the break. That'll sort out the men from the boys. It'll keep the wolves from barking at your door. Arnie with a ton of chips here as well. 35 million. This is a really nice hand for Joe to shove from the button. 11 bigs, Jack 10 of hearts. He indicates towards the triangle. The universal symbol these days for all in. Avi asks, what is the average buy-in for tournaments like this, and can anybody take part, or is there a process? There is no process. You just walk in to the King's Resort building, place your money down, you'll be given a tournament ticket, and you will go find your seat. It's that simple, as long as you are registered, of course. Just registered to King's at the registration desk. And the average buy-in is anything. The average buy-in is somewhere in the region of between 150 and 500 euro. All three, so technically speaking, you can win a tournament without ever needing to win a point. Very good point. And you can check out all the upcoming events. I'll be mentioning them a little later on the King's Resort website. The Viva Ace 5 offsuit here has the Ace of Spades, the all important Ace of Spades, Queen 9-7. This is the flop. You can go for a bet or a check here. Both are fine. I would rather start with a bet with the Ace of Spades. And that'll do it. We are going on a break, and it's well needed. We need to get some refreshments. Get ready for the night shift. All aboard the night train. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the rest of this final table. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Vidal finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings.
Okay.
Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up.
Yeah.
The like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's the young Euros don't help themselves in these instances. Yeah. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. You know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
Does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker.
Bam.
Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just horrible
but you gotta,
at it.
You got to let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. if he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
And a nice guy.
Strong fold.
Big fold, yeah.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
I just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's why
it looks like to me.
One of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec gonna raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting King Jack. Look at these hands.
10s, 7s. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Ostet outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2.5.
The icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
Not
nines.
done with the 9s.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with. Even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds, are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there with
He's
9s.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now. How much?
We have it.
You see, Nicholas,
I got
very
the king of
curious.
diamonds.
Yeah, I had the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No? What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man.
It is, right?
But you might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Goddamn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
Going to talk him into this call.
Could have made like ace king maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that. Yeah.
Remember pre-flop? The icon called the 3-bet from Ostad.
Ace check is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace check.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace King is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe Ace Queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only Ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King, queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when he see a couple of balls. He likes to do that. Sometimes we wake up with a hand. This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of 9s for the German.
5, 6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has
in.
the flush draw.
Like on 9.
It works, as long as it works.
Online easier.
Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet.
Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the 2-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the 9s.
3 of diamonds.
You played like we heard about before. Hyper aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against 2-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was it already. Thank you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Back for live. Who is all in with Ace King? Kane, Ace decision. I don't know if Kane can hold this 13 big blinds. Ace Jack, we've seen who rejam already with Ace King suited. So Ace Jack, Hunter. I'm not folding Ace Jack against who. Let me know what you'll be doing in the chat. All vote now. Welcome back, by the way. Seven-handed Balkan poker circuit main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Yes, this is a substantial amount of Kane's remaining stack, but it's a golden opportunity to eliminate one of the strongest players. It's just such an ideal situation to eliminate who could be rejamming quite wide. Yes, guys, I refreshed the page. I forgot to refresh the page after the break because I got back when the hand was taking place. The audio should be totally fine now. Let's hope I don't lose my voice. I am drinking more honey and tea. Or maybe some of you have been listening to me for so long, you just would love if I lost my voice. That's a huge fold from Kane, and it's an amazing fold in practice, but in theory, we need to be calling there with the ace-jack. MacGyver man says audio very good. Yeah, no, it was fading in and out. Oh, you mean my commentary skills? Yeah, they're not too bad. I'm not a pro. We've been doing it, We took this job up over 1,000 days ago. So that's over 3 years, 3.5 years. We'll stay till the job's done, until we've crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Thank you for your comment, MacGyver. I like your name. MacGyver man. Like Spider-Man, but not spelt the same. Average stack is now 22.4 big blinds wide away. 500,000 is now the small blind. 1 million is now the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. MacGyver says job equals pro. Yes, well said. I do have a lot of gratitude. But the gambler in me just wants to be playing online all the time or playing live myself. How much is up top? There are 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €20,150, all chasing the first prize of €160,550. And Alex asked, do players have the option to take the money in cash, or is it mandatory to go through the bank? There are various payment methods available. I don't think there's many casinos that can give you all of the cash at once, no matter who you are. That's a lot of cash. A lot of Johnny cash. David with ace 10 getting 3-bet from Adele. 3 bets to 6.5 million. And he will get the ace 10 folded into the muck. Where is this event taking place? King's Resort. Says it in the background there. Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. You'll find out all the details on the King's Resort website. We even have a merchandise store. Bernie Gamble putting a lot of pressure on the blinds there. That's a really nice pickup from the King 5, recognizing the ICM stranglehold that the short attacks are in, using that to his advantage. David swapping second pair. Reed Oven to 375 is a great name, by the way. I want my winnings paid in scratch off tickets. Matt wants cash out to his bank account. Yeah, and I want a credit card that's got no limit. Sometimes you could fish in one hand, take a poo in the other, and watch which one fills up quicker. King for Kane. Credit card without limit, ask your parents. Yeah. 2,000 burritos. What are with all these funny trade names, guys? Good job. Never have enough burritos. And David is doing a blocker-ish type sizing. That's not 15 million. That's 1.7. If I get my Hawkeyes out in time. I don't know if we can raise here with kings for value. I think it's just a spot where we call. Maybe a 10 calls a raise. Like a big 10. It's just too risky. I think we just call. We're never folding. Getting amazing odds. Look at the size of the pot, folks. 10.2 million. 1.7 million to call. We just have to pay the man. We're getting more than 5 to 1 on our money. Take my lunch money. Kane was just figuring out if it was worth calling on the river or could a raise be potentially called by worse. David is going to complete in a small blind with a monster. Ace Queen. And Kane is going to bump it up with his Queen 10. And then David should just be all in over the top. The thing is, for David, there's 2 shorter stacks than his. Maybe even 3. 2 definitely. It's just a lovely spot to move all in over the top. And that's a lovely, delicious pickup from David with the Ace Queen. Now playing 21 big blinds. I'm trying to work out how much it would be for 2,000 burritos. Toppings dependent. David goes for another steal from the button. And Kane is going to call from the small. Hello. Hello, homie. Button in the small. Both have less than 20 bigs, give or take. Less than 22. And we've got 44. I think shoving here becomes the best play by a landslide. So much money out there if he can pick it up. The danger is the small blind trapping. He's called too quick for it to be a trap, in my opinion. If he'd a monster, he would think about it before completing from the small. That would indicate that he's got one of those middling sort of ranges. And Kane's going to pretend he's got more of a decision than he has. Daniel's all in for 7.8 bigs with ace 6. And Adele going to be calling this. I could see him folding a hand like 4s, 5s, 6s, maybe even 7s, but pocket 8s is just going to be too good. Jack 10-6 is the flop. 17.6 million in this pot. We're going to be going 6-handed for this title unless an ace or a 6 appears on this river. It is a 4. We lose Daniel Strașinescu from Romania in 7th place, taking home €20,150 for his efforts. All 6 remaining players can breathe a sigh of relief and have just netted themselves an extra €6,400. So they have all guaranteed themselves a minimum of €26,550. Only one player under 10 bigs. Dell betting 2.8 million. Suddenly Adele is launching himself into first place by quite a substantial amount. 64 million for this youngster who's played very, very well at this FT so far. So David raising from under the gun with ace-9 of hearts. Joe is going to defend with just 5 bigs behind. 3-6-5 is the flop, and that is going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from under the gun. Joe going for it here with a good shot straight draw. Maybe a king as a backup plan if he's called. JR says 295 buy-in, what a dream spot. Yeah, exactly. I've been saying it all day. Chip leader staying active as he should. With a monster this time, ace queen. It's a blind v blind battle on the queen 10-7. David with 10-4 spades and Kane with jack 5. 1 million is the bet from the 10-4. Players must be getting tired now. Fatigue's got to be starting to set in. We're not quite at a podium finish yet, but we are getting into the nitty-gritty of it. It's all about remaining calm, composed, collected, stoic, whatever you want to call it. That's how you're going to have the best decision-making abilities. Run to Adele, who can just. I was going to say he could just start jamming these ones with a 9 kicker, put the pressure on, but he wants to play more small ball against Luli, who's had a quiet hour or so. This is just a sick setup. Who's like, oh, you betting now? Oh, I'll pretend I don't have a jack. And now it's the chop. Boring. Now Adele raises enough to put who in. It's pretty sick for who. Don't see him folding. Is Adele just trying to get him off a chop? Clearly, that's what he's trying to do. He's not turning his hand into a bluff. And who will call? It was worth a try. But you're not going to get Luli who out of this tournament that easy. Let's not forget how much of a force and a commander he was the last few tables. It's just because he's gone quiet and has less chips than earlier doesn't mean he's not super dangerous, especially if he gets a double up. JR says 160k I can retire in the Philippines, 80k condo and 100k bankroll for poker. Wow. Poker is huge in the Philippines. You got the high roller Chinese dumping money. In Canada, it's 250k for a parking spot. It's very expensive to live in Ireland at the moment as well. Gamble in the small blind, ace 5 suited. And He's just going to rip as he should. Joe folds the 8-4 off suit, of course.
Accidentally.
You see ace-5 suited being folded there. That's a big fold. No, hasn't been folded yet. It's Joe's turn to shove. We're seeing a lot of all-ins since we got back after the break. Ace-queen going to shove 12 bigs. Here we go. Cooler alert. It is ace-queen for Joe. Kane with jacks, who will be left with 3.3 bigs. This is a massive flip for both players involved and everyone watching. All the remaining players, it affects them greatly. King, Jack, 5 is the flop. 10 needed for Joe. As he whistles away, turn is the 3 of clubs. River is the queen. And Kane now playing 30 bigs. Really good game from Joe. Unlucky in the end. Final table just didn't really go his way. What a score that is for him. 26,000 euro and change. Joe should be proud. It's a really nice run. Such a large field. So with 5 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €34,550. Jumps are just getting bigger and bigger. Barney raises to 2.2 million. David with the aces, as. So we see 2.2 is the open, 3-bet to 5.7. Don't mind this sizing. 5.7 bigs total. Doesn't want to make it much bigger than that. Barney gets out of the way. Dynamic has changed now. Another pay jump has been reached. One step closer to that finish, and then go for the title from there. I'll just say again, it's fantastic to see so many viewers. Over 800 still on YouTube alone. Few hundred on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're liking this event and you've liked the coverage for the last fast approaching 10 hours and the guts of 8 hours last night, we've got a brilliant event on next weekend. It's the Dutch Classics. Some of my favorite people, all my moderators that help out in the channel are Dutch. There's always a great fan base for that one. Fast, action-packed poker. They don't be hanging around. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's see if Luli Who is going to hang around, shoving 14 bigs from the small blind right into Barney Gamble's pocket tens. Huge moment for both players involved. 31% equity for the ace-7, 69% equity for the tens, 28.4 million in this pot. Queen 5-3, no help to Luli Who. Turn is another lady. 2 black ladies on board. It's going to have to be an ace for Luli Who. It doesn't arrive. Luli Who's luck has ran out. In 5th place, What a lovely score to add to his mammoth year at Kings so far. Fifth for €34,550. Add that to his nearly 450,000 he's already accumulated from one tournament this year. I don't think he has anything to be disappointed about. I love commentating on his play. You never know what he's going to do next. He's a master at reading certain situations and maybe perhaps live reads I'm unaware of. He's very tuned in, and I look forward to seeing him at Kings very soon. GG, Mr. Lu Li Hu. 4 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €43,550. Some folks wanting to know if having the dealer button is overrated. Well, it's the best position to be in, and position is everything in the great game of No Limit Hold'em. So Adele has got the chip lead and 2 pay jumps in rapid succession. Now it's time to bang the hammer. Trips for the chip leader. Kane might lose a chunk of change here because he's not going to be folding top pair. As K-Man says, 4 remaining. Yes, I saw now from high camera. What's going through Kane's mind is if he calls on the turn, what's he going to be faced with on the river? It's not great to have a 6 in our hand. We block some draws we would want our opponent to have. I just don't see any way he can fold here. Not yet. You can see how much the money means to these remaining players. Pressure's on. Does call. Drama Gang says what everyone else is thinking. Kane, you need to hurry. 4 of clubs arriving. Big dirty action killer. It's just going to go check, check, and check, check very quickly. Check, check, bang. Hand 200 of the day. Average stack is nearly 40 big blinds still. A testament to how great these structures are. Kane with aces. David min raising. Kane will 3-bet and take it in that pot. 28 bigs he's paying now. Alex says I'm surprised he didn't take 15 minutes to check and count his chips again. They are entitled to take a long time with their decisions, playing for so much money, but I understand where you are coming from at this late hour of the day. David with Queen Deuce is going to check it over to Kane with the 8-7 or the 10-7-5. Second pair can go for a check or a bet, decides to check it back. $3 million is now the bet from David, repping an ace. Now you don't know what to do with your pair of sevens. But once you've checked back on the flop, you should be wanting to call some turns. I suppose with just two overcards, decides to get away from it. I prefer to see Kane just bet on the flop if he's going to just fold on the turn. Yes, Heavy Equipment says dealer button is money button. Dealer button is a good position. Dealer button is reliable. Some of you are going to the IPS November. Very good. It's going to be massive. We do have planes in 2025. We've got all sorts of gadgets. I wish you all the best on your trip to Kings. David with tens wants to put an amount. Well, that's an amount, isn't it? I was going to say he wants to put in around 17 million, just committing himself unless something crazy happened behind from small blind, big blind. And he did to just that 18 million. Ace King suited for David as the blinds have just gone up. 600k is now the small blind. 1.2 million is now the big blind, with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Already kind of splashing the pot in the direction of David. Perhaps a little bit of frustration. They have been playing for a very, very, very long time. David raises to 4.5 million into Kane with 10-4. Quite a large sizing. Almost 4x. You all know me by now. I like big raises when we're in the small into big, because we are going to be out of position. Drama says Salerno's nightmare from yesterday, a pair of tens. You've been quite the fan the last few days, Drama. Fair play to you. Kane thinking for a while here with King 7 of diamonds. I would have thought he'd just be putting his hand into the muck. Wondering if he could get away with like a 3-bet fold. It's just a min raise from David. Interesting to see what Kane is going to do here. I predict we will see another fold, but his spidey senses are tingling. And there you have it. He's picked up on it. Decided to rejam the King 7 suited. It's a pretty nice move, all things considered. Nice pickup, Hurricane. And now picking up a monster on the button. Ladies. Coin Bemd says that Kane playing so unnecessary slow, sometimes quite annoying. I don't know much about this guy, but the nerves are clearly on show. One move wrong, and you're out the door when you're playing for what could be considered these days life-changing money. €160,000 goes a long way in these trying times. Kane flopping the world here on the King Queen 10 with his ace jack. David has a little something going on, but with two hearts on board, it's not great. 3.5 million is the bet. And that's a call for David because he's got backdoor diamonds. You can tell he's not too sure, even when he's calling here. It's an open ender, but it's the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. But we are open ended, to be fair. Without any hearts in our hand, it just looks better than it is. Marty's turn to take down the blinds and antes. I am here, Johan. You can definitely hear me. Never fear. Action Man Dan is here. Average stack still nearly 40 million. 4 remaining. Jay Wasello subscribed at tier 1 for 38 months. Let's play poker. Let's play poker. Pocahontas. Hello, Johan, the main man. Nice to have you back with us. Barney raises 2.5 million under the gun, Jack 10 off suit. Dell calls the additional with ace 8 off suit. King 10 deuce is the top. Check from the ace 8. Barney can go for a check or a bet. Both options are totally fine. Against the chip leader, I might be more inclined to just check back, but with the king on board, it's an easy card to rep. Betting becomes a good option also. wants to make it somewhere around 1.5 million. If we are betting, decides to check, checks back, turn his 8 of diamonds. Adele now has a pair. Barney, just be happy to get to showdown. That 10.8 million chip pot gone to the gambler. Hi, Johan. How was your bridge, sir? I hope you won. We might see some chips go in here. Kane raises to 3 million. Gamble with jacks in the big blind. Wants to be 3-bet calling this one off. We are 4-handed now. Just to make it somewhere around 8 million. 8.5, 9 million. 8.5. I wouldn't be shocked to see Kane 4-bet rip this. He's got a pair facing 3-bet from a pretty aggro player. Picks the spots well, but is definitely capable of 3-bet folding here. It just depends what way Hurricane reads into this. That looks like he's going to fold. And he does get away from it. That's a very disciplined fold. Hurricane hasn't been, or Barney Gamble hasn't been too out of line with his 3 bets from the big blind. So maybe that's why we can make a pass there with the 7s. If I've got a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s, definitely 9s and 10s, I think we got to start dancing. We've got 6s, 4s, and aces here. 4-handed and 3 pairs out. Rare enough, especially when one of them is aces. We have a raise and a call. So he's 3-bet to 8.5 million. I don't see Kane or Adele being able to hang around. And they both quickly put their hand into the muck. Yes, quickly, gang. Barney now. I think he's after taking the chip lead by about 1 big blind. You can't bark like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. Let's see what these boys are made of. 45 bigs playing 44. And then Hurricane with 23 and David with 18. That's how they're looking. They've all accumulated a minimum payout of €43,550. Let's go. So Jay Wasello says he finished in the middle of the pack with bridge. Very good. This hand will be funny. The aces will lose, of course. No spoilers. No, we're on a 30-minute delay. Gotta get your kicks while you can. Just refresh the page there. People saying they could hear my mic cutting out a bit. Is there a timer? There are no timers, no shot clocks at Kings unless it's the World Series of Poker. Maybe there's a couple of other events that do it. Kane taking that one down. 5 off suit. Rukia, as much as the buy-in. It's on the screen there. Final day, 295 Balkan Poker Circuit main event live from Kings Resort in Rosendale. Thomas looking for the payouts. Current payout before remaining is €43,550. Came with a monster, pocket tens. With 23 big blinds remaining. On a 3-bet, call it off. No, he's just going to go with call. Tens is just going to be too strong here to just call from the small. Queen 6-3. We see a 4.5 million bet from Barney, multi-way. And this is the issue when you play tens like this. Oftentimes you're going to be faced with an overcard, whether it be a jack, a queen, a king, or an ace, or all of the above. Your tens shrivel up considerably. We can't go anywhere just yet. And we will have some Queen X in our range. This now becoming one of the larger pots we've seen in the last frame or two. 17 point, or at least this frame, 17.7 million in the pot now. Kane checks again, and now Gamble with the decision. 15 bigs already in the middle. Checks back. River is the 5 of diamonds. This one's just going to get checked down. Kane will take that pot in. Playing it cautiously, paid off on this occasion, but needs to be careful. Kane tens that way off a stack depth of 23 bigs to start the hand. I will be back in just a moment. Liddell raises with 10-9 of diamonds. Sabri says, Dan, my brother. Where are you from, Sabri? I am still here. Sweden. Oh, yes, you told me you were from Sweden. Or was it Hot Sauce that said he was from Sweden? Both of you must be from Sweden. We're still here, Sabri. Did I get some hot sauce yet? No. We had hot soup. We had venison and fried eggs. We had a bit of cheese, a kiwi, about 3 cups of honey and lemon tea. In case you didn't realize yet, I am quite congested. Tari says Turkish or Aramean. No, just Irish. I'm only joking, Atari. It's okay. Drama Gang says, my friend, I'm on a diet. Please stop. Yes, I am on a diet too. No carbohydrates, no alcohol, no sugars, no salty foods, no crisps, no chocolate. Basically everything I've loved for 20 years. I can eat meat, fruit, vegetables, fish, and eggs. That's it. You will go a little crazy. Barney with a big hand, ace king, Kane with king 9. He wants to be 3-betting this to somewhere around 3.5x. So 8.5 million, 9 million, no more than 10 million. Decides to go a little bit smaller. Yeah, it makes sense. Thought we'd see maybe 6.5 bigs, 5.8. I can get behind. Let's play some poker. Doesn't want to be pricing out hands like King Queen, King Jack. King 10. I don't know what he's saying here. See if we can understand him. I don't see him doing anything here other than folding. Maybe there's room for him to 4-bet, click it back. We haven't really seen much of that happening here, have we, folks? Does eventually let it go. I think if it keeps going like this, and to get rid of the short stack, we could be going to talk about some sort of a deal. We'll have to see the leaderboard. Usually by three-handed when they're playing for this kind of money. Negotiations may or may not take place. Paul asks, where am I commentating from? I am commentating from Ireland. Drama Gang asks, am I on a keto diet? Yeah, basically. Something very similar. Carnivore, whatever you want to call it. Low carb. But I don't be counting the carbs. Yes, and guys, these are mostly amateur players sitting on a TV table for the first time, playing for the biggest cash in their whole life. If you want to watch pro players playing the same ridiculous buy-ins, mostly staked over and over again, there are lots of replays everywhere. 2,000 burritos. They can negotiate a price for 2,000 burritos. You said 24K earlier. A year's wages for burritos. Depends what's on the burritos. Depends how big these burritos are. David betting 1.2 million with the 8-4. I am commentating remote for those asking. You're not the first person to give out about face masks today, Mark. I don't mind telling you. It's been a common theme. At Kings, 10% of the remaining prize pool must be available for the winner. That makes the deal difficult. It does. Well said. It's not that difficult, but it just depends. I don't see them discussing it or thinking about it just yet. I think David Marchioro might be the most skilled player left. He's impressed me the most out of the remaining 4. Actually, Adele has played really well as well. Maybe Adele feels like he has the rest of them outskilled and doesn't want to do a deal. When you have a few great players remaining, it's hard to get a deal done, A, and you're going to see a lot of small pots, B, because they're really cautious with their chips. They know when to execute. They know when to walk away. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. We once had a deal done at Kings, and they played on for, I want to say, about 2 hours for less than $2,000. It was 1,700 if I recall correctly. Well, I do have some new information coming in that we are going on a break after the next hand. Well, it's going to be quite a long break after this hand. We're talking in the territory of 30 minutes. I presume some things might be getting discussed if there's a break for that length. Players going to need to get some good grub into them, get them over the finish line. I would consider going for a nap myself, only I might never wake up. And yes, I could set an alarm, but I will persevere through this one. We've got a few 14, 15, and one time a 16-hour stream under our belt. We don't quit at half time. We stay till the job's done. Okay. So it says on the screen we're going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes, but I've been told it's going to be closer to a half an hour. Please join us back. This one is far from over, and we could see some fireworks yet. If you've been with me from the start today, throughout the day and last night, don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the conclusion of this. I'm going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American
Suarez calls 8-5.
American under the gun. Well, you have these guys too. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
What's it called?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
Nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. Never can.
He never has an 8. He was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it.
The first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy didn't.
10K?
What?
With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with Queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some Players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think
there's
I can hide?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have it.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
can
sure.
pocket king. And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah. These fucking fish.
Ace, queen at deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
this
19K behind.
Could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know what Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
And if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverlinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
The river is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverlinen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself. You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nikki P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
Right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in La La Land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm going to raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fall for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
Neverlinen not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is still full 10 on the river. But I still call, you know?
Very bad play. Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with Queen Jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Now we're playing
with the Ace King.
Let's see if I have a heart. I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
Have a best hand. Right?
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
You won accident.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with 10-6 suited. A dream scenario. Somehow flopping top 2 on a rainbow board and up against 2 jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
Feels offensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Did you know that 98% of people on Earth don't know what the word flop means? If you do, you're officially in the top 2%. Come catch some flops at King's Resort, where real poker stories begin.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your...
For some people work, for some not. I don't know.
Well, who's not afraid of monsters underneath the
true.
bed?
That's terrifying.
You know, nobody wants that.
he made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No, no.
Cabral's gonna get the
I'm
open
relaxing now. I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open for the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. I gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that. Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting. Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runcon.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like,
along the
for 4
way.
hours just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call. There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open-enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
No ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
And a nice guy.
Strong fold. Big fold, yeah.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
Let's just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's why
it
you're
looks like to me.
One of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec gonna raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting King Jack. at these
Nines,
hands.
tens, sevens. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, jack, deuce. Ostead outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2.5.
Oh, the icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
I'm
nines.
not done with the nines.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with, even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds. Are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there with
He's
nines.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now. How much?
We have it.
You see, Nicholas.
I got
Very
the king of
curious.
diamonds.
Yeah, I had the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No. What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man.
It is, right?
But you might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Goddamn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
He's going to talk him into this call.
Could have made like ace king maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop. The icon called the 3-bet from Ostead.
Ace jack is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace jack.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace king is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe ace queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the nines. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. you are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. Have new information. The new information is that a deal has been reached. Yes, that is correct. A deal has been reached. I will have the numbers now in 1 second. Okay, I have posted in the YouTube and I have posted in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. So seat 2, 84,700 euro. Seat 4, 89,400 euro. Seat 6, 68,000 euro. And seat 7, 74,200 euro. They are some really nice payouts from a 295 euro buy-in. And we will be playing on. The winner will take home the trophy, 24,600 euro, and second place will take home an additional 10,600 euro. So if anyone needs me to repeat that, please let me know. Basically, nobody leaving with less than 68,000 euro. Chip leader have already secured 89,000 and 84,000. So it seems like a really good deal that's being brokered here between the 4 remaining combatants. A round of applause for everyone involved. Playing on for an additional 24,600. Who's still with me in the chat? 2,000 burritos. You said earlier 24k for 2,000 burritos minimum. Well, first prize will get you at least 2,000 burritos, 24,600 euro. Consolation prize of at least 1,000 burritos, 10,600 euro. I hope you all heard all of that. And great to see so many of you still tuning in, even after a 30-minute break. Now let's see who wants this title the most. We about to find out. Shane betting 2 million here on the 996 trips for David and the decision. Alex, top buzzer, top fan this weekend. Been here yesterday and today, so ain't missing who will win at this point. My man. That looks like a raise. I would prefer to just call, let Kane do the barreling off. And Kane forced to let that one go. At least he didn't think for too long. Nicola Sabatino asking, was there a deal? Yes, I've posted about the deal in the chat box on YouTube and the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Barney, min raising. Ace Jack. I will be interested to see how much they've got left in the tank, knowing they've got a minimum of about 70 Gs a pop. Between 68 and 84, or 89 for 89,400 euro. Getting called from the big 6-7 off. Suit flop is ace 7-9. And the blinds going up after the break should be putting some considerable collateral damage on these remaining stacks. But that's going to be a raise from Adele. Kane getting out of dodge. Kane hoping to get a free one with the Queen 3 offsuit. Adele bumping it up with the Ace X, taking it down. Adele bumping it up with an ace on the button. Round to David with 5-4 off suit. Gamble deciding to just shove with the ace-9. 16 bigs and 14 bigs. Doesn't want to raise call. Just wants to shove. I think that's the correct and right play. Two players below 20 bigs now. Gamble with 34 and Adele with the rest of the chips in play. The commotion there. So Adele with 34 bigs. So Adele and Barney fighting it out for the chip lead. The other two under 20 bigs. Cayman says, seems the people are having fun there. Monday is always a great night at King's because the event is over. People are celebrating. Some of the workers are finished for a day or two. Bars are open. 3 beers for €10. You can't go wrong. Kane basically shoving with the ace jack. I actually think his hand is strong enough to raise call. Though it seems kind of nasty. But the dealing has been done. Barney raises enough to put the blinds all in. Game with Queen Nine of Clubs. Can't call this a one off. Kane is stalling the ball. Looks like he wants to kind of call it off, but it's just going to be too many big blinds. Ramba Gang says, my Irish friend, I go to sleep. Good night to you. Good night to the chat. Thanks a million. You know where to find us every Sunday, every Monday. Next weekend, it's the Dutch Classics. The Dutch Poker Masters is actually what it is. Day 2 next Sunday. Final day next Monday. The weekend after that, we have the World Series of Poker Circuit, No Limit Hold'em mini main event. And then the week after that, we have a 3-day marathon for the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. The Sunday, the Monday, and the Tuesday for that one. You can find out all the additional information. Mike the Biker says, Abrams size tank. What's up, Mike the Biker? Ain't heard from you in a minute. Alex says, wait, did I just say Dutch? Yes, I did say the Dutch. And all the moderators you see in this chat, they're all Dutch. They're all excited. They're all going to be at Kings. And it's going to be a hoolie. It is the Dutch Poker Masters, Alex. Day 2 and the final day. Mike the Biker says, "G'day, mate." I know you're familiar with the TV show Mr. In Between, Mike the Biker, and I will let you know I have a bald head and I have been growing a mustache in ode of that actor out of Mr. In Between. Some good Aussie television. Alex says, I am also Dutch. Yes, that makes sense because you don't quit at halftime. You're a big fan of the channel. Always polite, nice to the moderators. You can whisper to me if you want to get involved with the Dutch group. Just whisper to me on Twitch. Barney Gamble with 39 bigs, Adele with 29, David with 16, Hurricane with 13. The Venice Sound says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to the Venice Sound on YouTube. Nice to see at least 450 if you're still tuning in there. Mike the Biker says, don't go shooting holes in people. Mr. In Between is a great show. Yeah, I've watched it 2 or maybe even 3 times, and I was debating about watching it again. Where's he going with me, Danny's? Adele betting 3.2 million with the nut flush draw. This seems a bit like an action flop, but David doesn't have much, just a good shot straight draw with 2 spades on board. He won't be loving life just yet. Yes, I love Scott Ryan as well. I have only ever seen him in Mr. In Between. I don't think I've seen The Magician. Is there anything else you think I should watch him in? Sure to let me know. I just finished The House of Guinness. I have to catch up on a lot of poker this week, but I'll find time for a TV show. I'll be watching Kill Tony when this is over. Where is the Dutch tournament held? The Dutch tournament is held at the same location, the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You can find out all the information about that on the King's Resort website. However, the site might be still down. So Hurricane has just shoved on David. I'll take that one down. Bit of commotion in the background. Someone doing a Cabral impression. Not like that. Maybe it is Cabral himself. Who knows? Adele's going to complete with King 6. Flop is Queen 9, 7, all hearts. Adele with the King of Hearts is going to go check, check. Now he has the flush, le flush. Hello, Sultan on YouTube. So 4.9 million is the bet with a flush on board. Barney just has to give it up. And that is going to put them almost even Stevens. One big blind apart from Edel and Barney Campbell. Blinds have gone up. 1 million is now the small blind. 2 million is now the big blind. With a 2 million running big blind ante, that's 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. This level might sort out the men from the boys. Look at this. Adele waking up out of nowhere. How do you like those apples? Nothing David can do, of course. He has done so well to get this far. A student of Ben CB. He's doing that man proud. Average stack is now under 20 bigs, so this is for over average. Adele will have overwhelming chip lead. If the aces hold, it is Queen, Jack 4. Turn is the 9, and now Davida with the open ender. It's never easy, but it is once the 4 clubs rolls off. Take a bow, David Marchiordo. Really enjoyed commentating on this guy's game, and we'll see him again, I'm sure. What a fantastic result after doing a deal. We have reached the podium positions. Even though they've done a deal, there's a difference of €10,000 between fourth or third and second. Look at that man there. He's smiling now, and he's played so well today. So 3 players remaining. And Kane now with 11 bigs. Barney with 27, and the rest of the chips in play belonging to the Frenchman. 2,000 Burritos wants to know what deal they made. Just for you, 2,000 Burritos. There you go, my friend. I don't think you were here when I mentioned that they're playing for 1,000 burritos between the third and second place, and 2,000 burritos, the difference between third and first. That's a lot of burritos. All we need now is a lot of hot sauce. Adele up at nearly 40 bigs. Barney, after taking that one down, just 12 big blinds behind.